this will be. Stuck together. Oh, yeah. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the December 11th Committee of the Whole meeting. The City of Parksville recognizes the people of the Coast Salish Nations and their traditional territory upon which we gather with gratitude. Today we have a public presentation this morning. We're going to start off with Parksville Beach Festival Society, the Parksville Community Park Sandcastle Sculpting Location discussion, presentation from Cheryl Dill of the Parksville Beach Festival Society to request council consider allocating funding to relocate the annual Sandcastle Sculpting event to an alternate location in the Parksville Community Park. Cheryl, come on up and let us know what you got in mind here. Yeah, the second one on the right.
Okay.
Got it.
There we go. All right. Thank you very much. Your worship, council, appreciate being here this morning. I did send this electronically, but I think I sent it a little late. Sarah might have already been gone. So do you happen to have a document in front of you with everything? Yeah? Okay. I can also circulate if you like. But I also have Wendy Sears here, who's our event manager, and so she's here to support this presentation. So as you know, Parksville Beach Festival has been eager to contribute to the community for many years. And we're very, very grateful to have been able to use the current location for the sand sculpting competition and exhibition since 1999-2000, when we brought the event back off the beach and decided to look at a sustainable model for hosting that event. And so the model that we have addresses a social impact in terms of involving a lot of volunteers in this community and contributing to the community. As you know, we've donated over $1 million to the community through the not-for-profit groups that are engaged with us annually. And so we're really proud of that. We also highly value the Parksville Community Park as the jewel of Parksville and, you know, a gathering place for so many, and has so much Indigenous history that, you know, there's so many opportunities with that to think about our past, present, and future. And when we think about the present and future, Parksville Beach Festival Society is very keen to contribute and sustain that park as best as we can. And one of the things that we realize is with our current site and sustaining Parksville Beach Festival events, the current site restricts us a little bit from growth. And the current site with the beautiful gathering place that the city is currently working on, and you can see some wonderful developments at the park, that perhaps a fenced-in event in that location is not ideal for enjoying the gathering place the way it can be enjoyed when it blocks the beautiful view of the ocean, and the gazebo usage as well, I think would be impacted a little bit over the years with that. So we recognize that. So from a social impact, perhaps our current location has a little bit of a challenge there. The other thing is that we have so many applicants to compete from all over the world in the sand sculpting competition, because it is on the world circuit for a major competition internationally. And even though we host 29 sculptors, we know that we have more applicants than we can accommodate. Hey, Wendy, thumbs up to that. So we would love the opportunity to be able to have a space that would allow us to take on more sculptors eventually, and perhaps elevate the event to a world competition, which we've thought about in the past, but the current the surface area won't allow us for that type of growth. So something for us to consider in the future that we would love to be able to address. The other thing in the current location is that in order to put on that event, Wendy has the pleasure of orchestrating for many years now the setup and the takedown of the event, which involves bringing in sand and removing sand and fencing and trailers and a variety of other resources that we need to operate that event effectively and efficiently. But bringing it into that site where there's the beautiful tree and the sidewalk and pedestrians crossing and vehicles crossing, it's a high risk activity when you're setting it up and taking it down. And, we really value the relationship that we have and the communication that we have and established with the city staff. And we navigate through that process quite well, but we recognize the risk that's involved, and that risk doesn't reduce any year. It only increases with the increased activity in the park. So it would be great to be in a location where that risk could be reduced and that accessibility as well to the site, it could be easier managed. And then speaking of accessibility and mobility, we recognize that there are perhaps some groups that we're excluding knowingly or unknowingly. We just don't have the capacity to perhaps allow enough accessibility into the site with the current surface that we're operating on, recognizing that sand is essential. But we know that with some individuals with mobility devices, it may not be ideal for them to operate their own equipment on that. We did invest in scooters and a wheelchair with wheelies that have, a larger wheel, but it's not necessarily ideal as a solution. So we're exploring other alternatives, and down the road, we hope to reach something that, in collaboration with Accessibility Oceanside, that, we can look at accommodating in a better way than we are now. So those are the main points. It's really just in summary, our current site, while we've enjoyed it and we've had a lot of success, and we're very grateful to the city of Parksville for us to be operating in that current site, we see that the location, the surface area, the accessibility factor, aesthetics, really perhaps a better solution is possible if we move the site to another location. In conjunction with chats over the last few years with city staff, we've talked about possibilities. We really value the input of the city staff, and we'd love for the opportunity to be able to work with the city staff to look at a location that makes sense for the community park, makes sense for the event, makes sense from an environmental point of view, and from a point of view where it will not impact negatively the social and the economic value of the event. So trying to find that location that makes sense, trying to find a surface area that makes sense for an opportunity to grow, and also enhance the accessibility of the location. We'd love to work with the city staff on that. So our request is for time with the city staff over this next few months to work on that, and over the next year. And then also to look for seed funding, that it would be allocated to a move like this, to locate it in a better location within the community park. So those are our two requests, Your Worship, is to look at time with the city staff and also seed funding. Now, the final thing I will say is that we recognize that in order to do it right, we're not talking about implementing this for 2024. What's more realistic is implementation for 2025, when we know about our schedule of events and the needs for construction in the park at the right time of year. Probably makes more sense for 2025. And if we know now, or very soon, if the city will support this type of request, Parksville Beach Festival Society would like to contribute to the cost of the move. We don't know exactly what that cost will be. We know that part of the planning is to identify that, but our board would be in favor of contributing to that move as best as we can. And the sooner we know about funds to earmark for this current event coming up, is to look at proceeds from that event to contribute to the overall project as well. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Cheryl. I appreciate everything that you've done for the city and for the park as well. To date, I certainly acknowledge everything. The participation to the community has been enormous, and thank you for that. I really am enthusiastic about the idea of moving out of a site that I believe, as you've described, as you've outgrown, and to make it safer as well, because I've been down there on the times when you're taking the deliveries of your sand and the pound ups and everything like that. It is organized mayhem, and you've done a great job with it, and without any major incidents and so forth. And I think that speaks well to your organization. With that in mind, just a couple of questions, recognizing I think where we know we're talking about with the location. We've had preliminary discussions with our engineering staff and park staff to locate it. Have you talked about any special requests that are looking at? Like, are you hoping to? We all know the size that you have currently beside the gazebo there. Are you hoping to double that size? Are you going to, like what kind of real estate are we looking at here? Mm-hmm. And what type of particular services? I think we recognized early in the stage, that there's, water and power and then the essential things. But are we talking about any concrete pads or anything like that that's going to sustain structures or anything like that? Or is it just merely, pull off the turf, put down some sand and get out of your way, which would be kind of simple, but maybe not that productive.
Mm-hmm. I think it's a great question, and I don't have all the answers yet. But all of those things that you've talked about are things that are on our mind as a committee. And in terms of the surface area, we know we're really tight in that space with 29 sculptors and all of our needs. If we said we'd like to double, we'd like to sort of see what that means from not only a accessibility point of view, but also, how many sculptors we can afford to actually bring. The biggest challenge, our biggest expense for that event is, affording their travel and their stay and their pay when they're here. So we have to come up with a model that's sustainable in over a longer period of time. The basic needs we would need, our basic needs for perhaps year one, are very similar to our current site, but just larger for accessibility purposes, and perhaps some growth with sculpting. But and perhaps when we look at concrete pads, we have to make sure we understand what the layout is ideal for accessibility relative to that. And we don't really see for 2025 a lot of concrete in there right away. I think we have to live within the space for a little bit and look at how can we, in that interim period, allow for more sculpting, allow for enough movement, allow for an improved accessibility and mobility in there. But I think it would be too early for us to put concrete in there for 2025 and be comfortable with that. We have to do some consulting with some other international competitions that are out there and see, what models, what are some best practices for movement within a sand sculpting environment like that. And then, of course, I recognize that the city wants to probably look at that field space and say what makes sense for us overall in terms of park usage. And recognizing that, hard structures in there might impact in a negative way. So it might be a conversation that needs to happen over a few years. But, when in speaking with Wendy and a few others in advance, I think we feel fairly confident that if we moved the current kind of scenario with enhanced infrastructure for water and electricity and space, I think in 2025, we can work with those basic needs. The other thing is about, securing the perimeter for the event so that we, can avoid a vandalism of the actual site. but, you know, what kind of structures can secure that perimeter that perhaps can be removed during the months that that site isn't used for that. So those kind of considerations would be happy to play a role in that.
Great. I think what's we would have to do is set up some meetings with yourself and our staff and everybody getting to the table to decide, you know, what's going to work forward for both of us. Of course, we're, you know, we're very conscious of permeable surfaces and unpermeable surfaces. Permeable being very favoritive right now is the narrative, and we appreciate that. And I can't help but think about your event is it's all about the sand. And you know, the less amount of hard surface, you know, the better type of thing. We are the beach, and I think that we should focus on that. And that's got. I'm pleased that you're thinking the same way. So that's great, Cheryl. Thanks very much. That's my questions. Councillor Gore.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning.
Good morning.
I want to thank again Beach Fest and all you wonderful folks for the volunteer work that you do in the community, and this wonderful event that our community and people from all over get to enjoy. Thank you for all the work. Your presentation is quite timely. As you can see, the next on the agenda is our Manager of Parks giving us an update on the community park, some visions and updates. So my understanding from your presentation is you are going to stick with the same spot in 2024. Okay. And since I am the liaison with you with Beach Fest, my understanding is also that this request is not purely from you, but even city wanted you folks to relocate, since we have the gathering plaza that's coming online and people will be using it.
Well, you know, we've been thinking about growth and expansion for many, many years. And, you know, I recall a couple of conversations with city staff over the last few years around, you know, what to anticipate with the gathering space, and, you know, some inquiries around, you know, are we really solid on that location? Are we flexible with a potential move down the road? So there's been some dialogue about that concept for many years. When we were quite serious about the Worlds, I would say at least maybe 7 years ago, we recognized that the current site, we just couldn't do anything in terms of an elevated level of competition in that current site, and that we'd have to move to a different site. But we also recognize that, you know, the volleyball group is such a going concern, and they have their needs. So there was just a lot of discussion overall. But there's just been more discussion around the gathering place site with us, because we had to work together over this last year. So it's been a dialogue, yeah, with the city staff. It's been an interesting and productive dialogue, yeah.
Thank you. And Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Cheryl, what are the numbers that come through on this place? We appreciate everything everyone's done, of course, but how many people come there?
Yeah, it's a great question.
Yeah.
So last year, I think we had about, Wendy might know, our event manager knows, 108,349 people.
That's very good.
It is pretty good. I mean, and in the past, say over the past 10 years, it's kind of peaked up to 134,000. 125,000. We saw some numbers in between there. You know, with the pandemic, of course, we had a drop last year in 2022 to about 112,000. And then this year, a bit fewer, but I think that, you know, this year was a second comeback year. There were a lot of other events and a lot of people attracting, a lot of other events attracting people's time and energy, plus the construction in the park, recognizing that that was the best time to do things. But it added some accessibility, I think, to our site. So I think we had a little bit of an impact there. Price of gas really does impact our event as well, and price of travel. So, you know, there's a lot to think about from an economic point of view to hosting events and the success and what we need to do from a marketing point of view. And, making sure that our fees to get into the event, which are donation based, are reasonable. And so that's a really important aspect for us, is to keep the affordability of family friendly events always at top of mind.
So it's the formula's working, it's just the location really. Yeah.
I think so. And,
Okay, excellent.
the reality is with events, if we keep doing what we've always done and we don't grow, then, 80%, I think, of our people, and Wendy may have some better insights than I do on this, but are return customers. And so we have to vary up our event and, make sure it's exciting for them to come back. What's new? What's different? Right? So we can't necessarily enhance that sand sculpting with that same footprint. We recognize that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions at this time? None? Sorry, Joe, did you have any? No, okay. I really appreciate the fact of your suggesting that we take a year break anyways and go target 25. It'll give us enough chance this season in 24 to fully explore the possibilities of the gathering place. That was a big part of the construction down in the park this year, as well as the gathering place. So we added another washroom to the other end of down by the curling rink. And so that's going to come into play as well. So I think it's great that we have a season where we get to see how that works out, see if there's any changes, see if everything's working as it is, and do any tweaks. That always has to happen after we fully are up and running with the crowds of people that frequent our park. So I appreciate that, and it gives us more chance to plan without having to do it with too quick a basis where I know the staff have a lot on their plate. The previous council, this council have made sure that they have no shortage of items to do. So it'll give them a chance to get a little bit of breathing room. And so to just jump into this would be a little premature. So I do appreciate that, but we'll get a chance to explore properly and we'll get the project done, and we'll get it done right. But I appreciate your offer of support as well, financially. That is always a help, and we certainly appreciate that. But at the same time, you can rest assured that the City of Parksville will do everything possible in our powers to make this happen for Beach Fest, because we totally appreciate what you've done for our city. Yeah, thanks, Cheryl.
Thank you.
Yes, another question, Councillor Gore.
Yeah, thank you. And this through to you. Is this appropriate for me to make a motion now about these requests, or should we be waiting later for?
I think it'd be best until we get through the rest of the presentation, and then we can do because we're going to be hearing from, as you mentioned, the Parks Department, so forth. It would be best to be carried through after we've heard other presentations as well. Thank you.
Thank you very
Cheryl.
much.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thanks, Cheryl, and Wendy. Thanks for coming out today. Thank you. 189,369. Is that what I heard? Ah, okay. Yeah, extra 20. I think you missed them. Yeah, it's great. Yeah, good to have those numbers. Thank you. Council, we're going to move on to our next presentation. We have a presentation from our staff, Mr. Giddon, the manager of parks. Would you please provide us with your presentation regarding the Parksville Community Park project update, visioning, and master plan discussion? Thank you, Graham. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good morning, everyone. This will be a verbal update. I unfortunately didn't bring a lot of beautiful slides to show you, but I rest assured there's lots of them. Firstly, I just wanted to give you an update on the major capital projects in the park. Both projects are at the substantial completion phase. The Gathering Plaza is now entering final completion, so there's outstanding items regarding both projects, but they are both related to supply chain issues. So materials are being still fabricated and delivered. So both projects are nearing completion. I hope to have right now the Gathering Plaza is actually half substantial, which means it's open to the public and safe. The outstanding items are physical items, so they can be delivered at any point. The washroom itself is going to be completed without a couple of the items, which are critical, which are washroom fixtures. So we will probably keep the washroom closed since it's winter. We don't actually need the capacity. So I'd rather keep it closed until we actually have all the fixtures in place. But both projects are nearing completion, which is great. We also have completed the tennis court this year, the tennis court updates, as well as the skate park updates in the park. So those are great. With that, we had some funds applied to these projects that were approved by Mayor and Council to support completion of the projects. In that, I think there's a slide. Oh, where maybe not. Yeah, is it in the slideshow? Okay. Okay, perfect. Sorry. There was $200,000 remaining in that unallocated funds, or it was allocated to support the project, and we were going to put it back into regular funds after the projects were completed if it wasn't utilized. So there's $200,000 remaining. With that funds, the unallocated funds could be kept working on outstanding items that are associated with the project. So on the washroom side, we reduced the scope to try to fit the budget better with the growing cost of construction. So the $200,000 that is currently unallocated could be reallocated towards a project to support the outstanding items that were removed from scope, which are lighting. So there's already plumbed lighting, electrical plumbing all the way through the walkway from the washroom side in towards the gathering plaza side, but the light standards themselves were not purchased as part of the project. So those could be included for the $200,000, as well as site furniture. On the washroom side, we did not include benches, tables, chairs, garbage cans at all. We were going to work that out as we progress, but now that we're looking at an extra $200,000 that is unspent, we could allocate it there. On top of that, there is an asphalt patch that is desperately needed adjacent to the washroom building that has been identified through this project that has gotten worse. And it is right in front of the new washroom area. Additionally, within the development of the washroom and the accessibility connection from the gathering plaza all the way through to the gravel lot, the trail accessible route now ends at the gravel lot. However, there isn't accessible parking at the gravel lot. So part of that $200,000 could deal with creating an accessible area to park that will be directly connected to the trail, which was beyond the scope of this work. But I think it's critical that if we have an accessible route, we should have an accessible parking area. So what we could do is, not pave the entire lot, because that's quite a large capital project. But what we can do is surface a small portion of the lot that connects to the pathway beside the new washroom building, and then you will have an actual accessible route from parking all the way through. That would just be a minor cost, because it would be a surfacing of cart path material and connections and delineation through signage and fencing, which I think is a very applicable use of the funds. So obviously there's always outstanding issues when you create something this large in a park, and opportunities will arise that you'll see beyond the scope of work. And I think that the $200,000 could be reallocated if the mayor and council see fit. Beyond that, other projects that are active in the park currently is the management plan for the wetlands. That's finalizing this week. I'll be having a draft for review this week, and should be presented for mayor and council in the new year for review. Also for 2024, we will have continued funding for the wetlands to address some of the priorities that are going to be highlighted in that management plan, which is exciting for restoration and habitat renewal in that park, inclusive of signage, wayfinding signage, and dealing with some of the real sensitive habitats with habitat fencing for that project. other projects active for 2024 will be continuation of accessibility reviews within the park. I know that that's a priority that has been identified in the recent accessibility plan. And there will be opportunities to expand on our accessibility in the park. At this time, I'll accept any questions regarding any projects or Beach Fest or anything else.
Thanks very much, Graham. Great job again. And once again, I have to just reiterate our total appreciation for what you went through this past summer. Summer, fall, spring, a little bit continuing on as well. You worked under extremely excruciating conditions and you got through it. And not a single sand sculpture fell, which I really appreciate. It was a touch and go there for a while, but you handled that project very well, and I appreciate your professionalism and working with the different stakeholders as well as the community and the park users. And it would be sure well appreciated when they get to see the finished product, which we're finally getting to right now. My question I have for you right now, Graham, was like, with the regarding remaining balance of the $200,000. I understand the let's say the low hanging fruit that I heard from your presentation right now would be like the light standards and the site furniture. And I recognize everything is delayed on when you place the purchase order as to when you actually take delivery of it. So I'm just wondering if it would be possible, and I'm looking over at our CAO right now. Do we need a motion from council to suggest that maybe you get those on order right away to use this to further enhance the park with at least the light standards and the site furniture? The asphalt pad, probably if it could be done at the same time, but like the asphalt pad where you're mentioning is breaking down by the washroom, but it's a question of whether we want to look right now at the accessible pathway to the parking lot, because I know you said it really quick, but I know that that's a bigger project than what you kind of allocated to it. And I don't want to really burden you down with so much more, because you have all these other things I know that are waiting for your attention as well. I'm thinking that the easy fixes for right now would be the light standards and site furniture. So I'm looking to CAO Kaler. Do we have to give approval at this time with the resolution, or is he using the existing budget that was already there?
Thank you. Thanks for the question. So today we're in committee of the whole. So we have quite a bit of information that we're going to be presenting throughout the day, culminating with some discussion about the work plan. So my recommendation would be that we wait until later in the day after Jetta has done her presentation. And then what we recommend is that we look at the work plan and the budget items that council has asked to bring to budget discussions. And we'll talk a little bit about the logistics and realities of how many projects we think can be achieved in 1 year, for example, and then looking at some of those synergies where we have projects that we think can't really be deleted or deferred at this point without creating inefficiencies. So there's quite a few items that we'll be discussing throughout the morning and into the afternoon. And so perhaps I would suggest maybe making notes of the items that you think are priorities right now, and then you'll have to weigh them against some other priorities that you already have on the list and items that you're considering adding to the list at some point. And then what will happen after this, just also for members who are watching, Committee of the Whole will then report out to council at later budget meetings in January, and then you'll make the final decisions. But if you wanted to make motions at the end of the meeting today, you can certainly do that, and they become recommendations to council in future. I know you're all the same people, but it's just a slightly different process. And usually what will happen is we'll do some deeper analysis on the financials of the items that you confirm. You will see later on in the day, there's estimates of what costs might be there, but we know that if council says, yeah, we like that in principle, then we will need to go and do a deeper analysis for the actual budget. So I think there'll be a lot of information coming at you today about, and lots of perhaps tough choices that we'll have to make in terms of timing and priorities for different projects, recognizing that really in parks, we have just Graham. Like that's it. Like Graham's the only manager that is managing those projects. And so we just have to be realistic with how much time things take and how much he can actually achieve in a given year with the operational realities that he faces. In that summertime, he's pretty much working on day to day and doesn't have a lot of project management time. So.
Okay, that's great. Thank you, Kiva. And the only other comment I was going to make, and just confirm, when we were down looking at the Beach Fest site, the previous presenter, and we've been down looking at the construction that you had underway this past summer. Can I confirm that there were services actually taken underneath the road that could possibly serve further expansion of the Beach Fest, moving their location?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, some of the fundamental components of both projects this year was to upgrade the services in the heart of the park. So we have updated water services and power services to future-proof any development in the park going forward. So we would have sufficient power and water to support a move for Beach Fest. That was sort of the goal, was to make sure that going forward, we would always have the utilities available for anything that we needed in the park.
Advanced vision is always helpful. Yeah, thank you for taking care of that, because I know that that's going to be a key factor on the other side. And with that in mind, I'm really looking forward to having no construction in the park this summer.
Yeah.
Other than maintenance. Thank you so much, Graham. Any other questions from staff or from council? Councilor Beal.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through to our manager of parks. Thanks for the update on all of these exciting items. And yes, less construction, or at least large scale construction, I think will be welcomed by everyone who comes to the park. I do have a question about some of the present work that's going on. I did receive an email recently asking about some of these, and I was down in the park and noticed that we do have some of those raised, hump pathways, let's say, more accessible routes from the new washroom side, let's say, over to the Arboretum, and then another one further along that actually connects with a concrete sidewalk. So it was great to see those. One of them I did notice, I don't know if it's just by chance, but it actually lines up with the curb and then a sprinkler head. And so there's a dugout area there. Is there any idea, do you have any idea as to when that will be finished off, so that someone might be able to just go over to the Arboretum, understanding that not everyone needs a concrete landing spot, as it were, but they just need to avoid any curbs or steps. So yeah, I was just curious if you could shed some light on that.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, the raised crosswalk that you're referring to does currently end at the curb, but I added it as a change order for the project to include a new pathway all the way to the tennis court. And so that is slated for work by Milestone as a change order. And so there'll be a new concrete pathway from that all the way to the corner of the corner of the tennis court. That was outside of the core contract, which I needed Milestone to complete, and then they're going to move to that. So that will be completed shortly as well.
I love change orders. they good planning. Thank you. Anyone else? Councilor Gore.
Thank you, Mayor. Hi, Graham. So in case Beach Fest gets their wish fulfilled and they're relocated, do you have any vision what do you think will happen to the original site? Any plans how it can be incorporated into the gathering plaza or into the park better?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I mean, there's a lot of planning that can occur, and there's a lot of opportunity with that space. If Beach Fest finds a new home in the park and we have that ability, we can look at many different opportunities. A lot of parks do have sand spaces like that they activate to be sort of like safe beach areas within the park space. So you would keep the sand, or you could look at not using the sand and creating more green space. So there's quite a bit of opportunity, but because of the location of that site, it's really in our core sort of connection and corridor to the beach and to the boardwalk for pedestrians. And when Beach Fest is there, and everyone I know here has been there, the pedestrian movement is a little bit disjointed into the park because that is our main connection. So I think there's great opportunity to expand on our pedestrian connectivity to the boardwalk to the beach in that area, and sort of maintain our views out towards the park as well. So there's going to be great opportunity to reuse that space if it comes available for us.
Go ahead, Councilor Gordon.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to switch over to the wetlands. I haven't personally walked in the wetlands park in a while, but I heard quite a bit from the public about the pathways and the big gravel that's being on the pathways, and how difficult it was for people and their pets to walk. So, have you folks already, or in the future, any plans of removing that with something much easier to walk on?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, the surfacing that exists now on the pathways is not cart path, so it's not the 1/4-inch screening which is deemed accessible. So there is a need to resurface the pathways in there to make them accessible, and we'll be looking at priority routes, making possibly a loop first, but there's quite a substantial cost for resurfacing the entire wetlands because of all the different trails in there. But it's definitely been identified as something that needs to occur to make it fully accessible.
Any other questions, Council? Seeing none, thank you very much, Graham, for
Thank
your
you.
input. Appreciate it. Oh, sorry. Mr. Pastor, you can go ahead. Yeah, yes, sir. You get to use the microphone now.
I have a question about the pathways in the Maple Glen walkway.
I know what you mean.
They're in terrible, terrible shape. I've tried walking it a few times, and I have to be very, very careful because of the root structures that are underneath that pavement. I've also ride my bike occasionally through there, and I've rattled myself a few times where I've almost spilled. They're that bad. So is there a timeline of when they're going to get fixed rather than, oh, it'll get fixed? But I'd like a timeline, please.
Good point, Al. Mr. Gibb, if you can comment on that, I think we all noticed the upheaval of the asphalt from the tree roots and so forth. There, those darn trees, they just keep on growing.
Yeah,
I know. Yeah, go ahead, Graham.
I can, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, the first phase of removal and replacement of Glen Maple pathway has been awarded. They should be starting within the first couple of weeks. It's been awarded. They were supposed to start this week, but they have delays on their last project. So I'm not too certain when they're going to start. I'm going to probably get a clear answer this week, but it's been awarded for the first phase, which starts at the Despard corner of Chestnut and Despard.
Where the round circle is.
Yeah, it'll continue from the landing area because that's still in good condition. And it'll continue to the first intersection. That's the funding that we have for this year. And what we're moving towards is removal of asphalt and moving into a cart path permeable pathway that is wider, so you can accommodate two people passing in wheelchairs. Basically, the standard for pathways. Currently, the asphalt pathway is not wide enough for that. So as we move forward, annually, we'll be doing more and more repairs along Maple Glen as funding permits. And I know that there's other asphalt pathways that are around the city that are connectors between communities and streets that are also seeing the same sort of challenges as far as aging out asphalt that needs to be repaired. But the first phase of Maple Glen is active, and next year there'll be a second phase.
That's good news. I was not aware of that at all. Does that answer your question, Al? Yeah, thanks for the question, Al, because it's a good point. I didn't realize the staff are way ahead of us. Yeah, thank you. Councilor Gore, you had another question. Anybody else in the audience have any questions? No, you're good. No, Councilor Gore, you're good. Thank you, Graham.
Thank you.
Next presentation is from Mrs. Holmes, Director of Finance. Would you please provide us with the next presentation? Jetta, come on down. Morning, Jetta.
Morning. Just going to go through a couple slides in the presentation here to make sure we've caught up to where we are. Just to kind of catch us up from our last committee of the whole meeting where we went through kind of where we're sitting year to date, as well as looking at some external metrics like inflation and interest rates, things like that. And looking at a first draft of the corporate work plan. And introducing our new reserves policy. So hopefully you've been reading that late at night and absorbing all of the great details in there. So today, we've had our delegation from Beach Fest and looking a little bit at Community Park and what's happened in 2023 and early into 2024. The next thing we'll look at is council initiatives and working through some of the things that you've asked to be brought forward to the financial planning process. But just to finish off with respect to Community Park and maybe some of the other things that you might be thinking about as we're looking at various initiatives that you've brought forward today. And we've talked about the relocation of the sand sculpting venue. We're going to be looking at some of the ideas that have been brought forward with the COTW reviews, and 2 of those were in the financial plan for 2023. So council will be receiving some feedback on that and things like lighting, alarms, and fixtures that can contribute to a safer environment, both in the community park and Memorial Plaza. If you recall, that's what was in 2023. Another thing is just our whole washroom scenario.
I was just going to ask if that someone could close the door. Yeah, if we
Great.
could. Thank you.
We've got our new washroom building, which will come on board early in 2024, but then we're going to have to see where we're at. As you know, this year in the community park was a very, very busy summer, and there was a lot of things going on, including just a large volume of people. So we kind of need another year to see where we land on, do we have a continuing need for porta potties more than we've always had in the past? Or do we need to look at some other structure again? And that could include not only the porta potties, but there's portable trailers that are a little bit kind of porta potties on steroids, perhaps, that are a little bit swankier, but you do need services for those to connect to. So bringing you some costs related to that as well, just for your consideration. We've had requests related to beach access in the community park. So looking at some of that. Graham has just gone through remaining funds related to all those community park projects and whether or not council wants to redirect some of that. As well, we've got 4 master plans coming at you. And so looking at some of those and how they might impact the community park as well. And most specifically, the stormwater management. If you recall, about 3 years ago, we did have a community park stormwater management plan for the community park. So there may be considerations in there now that we've got all of these new facilities and great things happening in the park. It may be time to take another look at that. And then just finally, whether there's any signage needs once we've got everything completed and making sure that our wayfinding through the park is easy for our visitors. Does any of council want to add anything else just on our whole community park discussion before I move on to the rest?
Councillor Bill.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through to our Director of Finance. I appreciate the comment about having a look at how busy the park is this coming year. I know that we talked earlier about just how busy it was. And of course, there was a construction, but that there were also a number of events. And I'd just like to also remind all of us that Highway 4 closure, from middle of June basically on, I think also played a role. So I do think that, I think that many people sort of stayed here who might have been going on to the West Coast. And so it will be really interesting to see how busy the park is in the coming year. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for your comments. I know it seems that each summer, the previous summer, it was the wildfires in the interior as well, and that seems to be a continuing thing. And so as much as, yeah, that was last year's issue, it seems as though every year, and especially unfortunately with the wildfires, may bring more folks to the island on an ongoing basis now. So it'll be really interesting to see how this summer goes in terms of numbers and how all the special events feed into that. And yeah, thank you.
And just, I'll get you a second, Councillor Gore. Just further on Councillor Beal's comments. With this last year, why I'm so looking forward to having no construction, we really brought the outdoor performing arts theater on stream, and so it was built the year previous, and yet we're still tweaking it as to how we're going to utilize the best, and so we're still learning as we're going. And the porta potties was a big issue as well, like getting that identified. So it was a learning curve and that we had to do. And so as Councillor Beal has mentioned, it would be really great to see now that we have that kind of figured out, now that we have our gathering place done and all this, the food pads and so forth, and the resurfacing of pickleball, it'd be nice to just see how that performs out this particular year, and we just sit back and observe and then tweak after the season if necessary. But I'm really looking forward to that. But also when I said that, I just appreciated all the projects we've had in the last 3 or 4 years, and then dealing with other events hitting us, like the climate change and the fires and everything else that, we pivoted and kept on moving in the pandemic previous to that. And yet we've continued to make major improvements to our parks, which is so appreciated in very trying conditions. And so we've been very, very busy, and I think maybe let's take a rest a little bit and rest on our laurels and have a look and see what we're faced with now. So thank you for that.
Yeah, I agree with that. If I could just comment on that, we're also just understanding all of the costs associated with all of the new infrastructure as well. So some of what we'll bring you in the next committee, the whole meeting, is trying to understand what are the costs related to the washroom and gathering plaza and the outdoor theater. We've got kind of 1 year with some partial estimates, but again, 2024 will be a year of learning a little bit more of some of those operational costs that come with all those new facilities as well. So absolutely agree with your kind of comment about, yeah, it'll be a year of observation and gathering more information.
Right. And playing into that as well, the other costs as well, which is staffing, which is like for adding another staff member to events planning, special events planning. For our own success now, we have to have someone doing this, of which we're looking forward to as well. But that is, once again, that's a cost that's to be built into all of these services that we're providing into the park. So we fully recognize that and try and stay within our budget. And thank you, Councillor Gore, for waiting.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, Jetta.
Morning.
So in the stormwater management master plan, I'm hoping that we will also apply the same principle of zero stormwater runoff as we are expecting the developments in the city, where possible. We're not just flushing out all the rainwater into the ocean. My second question is perhaps about the remaining funds, the $200,000 that Mr. Giddens alluded to. Could those be transferred, reallocated to some other parks, or do they have to be spent on the community park initiatives?
Thank you for your question. So what council approved as the resolution related to that was that, if you recall, it was $790,000 total. That was essentially amounts that were carried forward for the community park entirety of all the projects that were happening, with the assumption that if it wasn't fully spent, that the remainder would be returned to capital reserve. So that was the first resolution. Of course, council can decide to reallocate the remainder. You could put it back to reserves. You could put it to other parks. That was kind of a carry forward amount that I had identified as something that wasn't used, and I think really provided a lot of extra benefit to the projects in the park that would have been maybe hamstrung a little bit because of some of those underlying utilities and infrastructure. So at council's discretion, yep, it could be reallocated.
Thank you. Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you to our Director of Finance. Jetta. In terms of the community park vision, I wonder, and I had a conversation with Graham earlier about maybe adding to that the improving accessibility between the park and downtown. And so I'm not sure if that necessarily falls into the community park vision, but it is part of our strategic plan to improve the downtown vibrancy, and the connectivity between the community park and our downtown is critical to that. So perhaps that's something to add to the list in terms of not just flow between the community park and downtown, but also accessibility routes between the two areas.
Yeah, great. Thank you.
I would think that that would probably be in collaboration with the master transportation plan as well. But yeah, exactly. Recognize the fact that, you know, they do overlap. Yeah, very much so.
Yeah, there's a few pieces there. The downtown revite part of your strategy kind of ties into that, and
Right,
the
yeah,
transportation master plan. So yeah, it might be something that once you've received the transportation master plan, see what components of that, if any, kind of fit in with that part of your strategic plan.
Exactly. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's great. Yeah, that's good.
And that'll be coming to you in 2024.
Right. That's awesome. Yeah, appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay.
Anybody, any further questions at this time before Jetta carries on? Okay, yeah, Jenna.
Okay, great. Okay, so that was a great segue to just revisit your strategic focus areas as you're contemplating various initiatives that have been carried forward for your discussion and consideration today. I think it's important to recall, you know, what are your focus areas in your strategic plan so that you can consider them in light of those areas. So the first being advocacy, the second being the OCP review, which we know is a little bit in the gray right now until we see the final rollout of the provincial legislation that has been proposed. Downtown vibrancy, which we just talked a little bit about, but also more as to are there things really up here in downtown that need to be addressed from your perspective. Drinking water, we've got the drinking water master plan getting started. And so I think that one, we've got some things already underway. Engagement, that's a kind of overarching type of focus. And then recreation, and we've certainly just talked about a lot of different additions to recreation in the last hour, but there's other things to contemplate there as listed on the slide. So I would suggest to you just to keep those in mind as you're looking at all of these different things and how they might fit into those focus areas. Okay, we've got a couple of slides, and all of these are just kind of things that have been carried forward at your request or were kind of outstanding items. And what I suggest is that we kind of go through them one by one. If you've got comments or ideas or things that you'd like us to look into in terms of refining costs. As Kiva mentioned, these are rough estimates really for today's discussion. And we would be looking for some kind of preliminary direction on these by the end of the meeting today as to whether you want to carry those forward to be included in the financial plan. And again, they would be recommended to the council meeting and readdressed for a formal resolution at that time. Or if there are things that should be taken off completely, or perhaps there are things that are a couple years out, in which case we're always looking at a 5-year financial plan. So if it's something that you feel like is something you want to do, but it's maybe a 2025 or 26 item, we could identify it that way as well and put it in the financial plan on that basis. So if it's all right with you, I'll just start at the top there and we can kind of have discussion on each of those items. The amounts that are noted in the right-hand column are the 5-year cost. So if it's an annual cost, then that amount is shown as to what would be reflected in the 5-year financial plan. So the first is the PDBA lighting project, and you received a delegation from the PDBA sometime in the last couple of months. So looking at a 3-year phased plan at approximately $100,000 annually and a total of $300,000. So a number of years ago, we did do some work on this and could bring that back forward to council again as to what that might include. But it would be lighting downtown. Some of it might be seasonally colored and extra perhaps lighting standards for lighting different parts of downtown. There might be parts of that that are led at the request of PDBA, but it would also be city staff that might have recommendations about that. As you know, we've already got seasonal lighting through parts of the downtown Alberni Highway on the PCTC. So open that to council for your discussion on how to move forward with that item.
Thanks, Jed, and being part of that initial from the previous council is where that came from as well. It was to increase the lighting for we didn't know the term at that time, but it was for the vibrancy of downtown, the vibrancy and safety and security of downtown. So that was what that was put aside for at that time. It wasn't a master plan. It was just, let's just identify one key component, and that was lighting was going to do an awful lot. As Jed has mentioned, the lighting is down the Alberni Highway right now with the cooperation from the PDVA that take care of getting that lighting up. There's been very favorable comments about like the lighting, the public liking the lighting on there, and then don't it shouldn't be just seasonal. It should be all the time, you know, like on a obviously a voltaic device anyways to control the coming on at dusk and going off like at midnight or whatever. So it's been very well received when the public has been saying that, but that's nice that there's only one strip. We need more. And so I know that we have this in the plan, and so that's part of it. So I'm very happy to see this, and this kind of plays into our strategic plan identified earlier with the vibrancy for downtown. Part of the vibrancy for downtown was lighting. So this has already been allocated at that time, budgeted, and it would fit into helping achieve, you know, a portion of the vibrancy. So I'm glad that it's still there, and I support it staying there because it could very well just be a part of the vibrancy plan that we identify what's needed for.
Just to be clear, these things are not in the financial plan yet. They're just being
Proposed.
brought for you
Right,
to
okay,
consider
right,
whether
yes.
to include them or not in the
Right.
first draft.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Go ahead, Councilor Mark.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Jenna. So is there any specific place that lighting would be that we have planned for the future? Like Memorial, more lights there, or?
Right, so as Kiva mentioned, I think if in kind of principle, you like the idea of this, what we would do is bring you some more details
see.
back. And there was a preliminary study done, I think it's about 4 years ago now, as to what might be proposed, but it did include some more lighting like on Alberni Highway, more light standards, some of them for just lighting up the downtown, but some from a security perspective as well, including looking at how it shines on the street or the sidewalk so that, you know, the impact of lights on various stores and things like that. So what we would do is if this was something that council wanted to move forward with, we would bring you some more information on that, as well as if you had ideas about what that was, then we would bring that forward.
Thank you.
CEO Kaler, you were going to comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was just gonna perhaps let folks know that we're planning on talking about all of the items right now so that everyone understands the scope and the context. And then in this afternoon session, we bring them together with the existing work plan items. And we're gonna have some discussions about, you know, what is being led by ops, for example, and what's the capacity of ops, and then what is being led by finance or engineering or whatever. And then we're going to talk about the multi-year, as Jetta just mentioned, probably there's not a lot of capacity in 2024 or 2025, but if council deletes some items, defers others, and we have a multi-year plan, then most of the items might be achievable. But certainly what we have right now is not a lot of priority on what's happening in 2024 and 2025. So that's where, if we take the time to discuss and understand the context of these, we'll look at sort of maybe refining, hopefully deleting some and hopefully deferring others so that when we go back to do the budgeting, we have an understanding of not just the amounts, but the staff allocation, and we can give council advice on what we believe is achievable in what year, looking at all of your other priorities that you've already established. So you don't have to make decisions today. This is really just for you to get a fuller understanding of what each of these projects would look like if they move forward into your budget.
Councillor Gordon. Councillor Beal's got her mittens on. I can't see her hands. Councillor Beal.
But they are a little more comfortable being warm. Thank you. Maybe this isn't the right time for the question, but my question is just, is something like this, if it did move ahead, is this something that might be eligible for covering under some sort of a grant or funds, or is it something that would translate to an increase, to taxes?
It's hard to know. Any significant capital projects, we do take a look for grants, and from time to time there are ones that are about supporting, say, tourism or things like that. And so some of these types of projects we can kind of incorporate under some of those if it could be argued that it could support that, just for example. Otherwise, I think part of what we would bring back to you is some funding alternatives related to that. This would be a capital item likely, and would also have some operating costs related to the power and staff time it takes for lighting. These ones wouldn't be as much as, say, the seasonal lighting that goes up and comes down, but there may be parts of this that have some staff costs to it as well. So that would be part of what we would bring back to you. If you recall last year when we went through the financial plan on all of these items, we identified funding alternatives where there were, so that council could give us direction on how you might like to proceed on that, whether we're able to use reserves or look for grants, or if it's going to be a property tax increase. Okay.
Councillor Beal or Councillor Gordon.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't have mitts on. What is this $100,000 estimate based on? To me, it sounds like a lot of money for lighting. If you can just give me a little background, like how you came up with the $100,000.
Mr. Mayor, if that's okay, I'll take this one. There's a staff report that I believe was sent to council probably a couple of months ago now, but staff back in 2020, I believe it was, did an assessment of different options, different kinds of lighting for year-round installation. And so it was a combination of different things. At the time, the PDBA was going to contribute some funding as well, not a huge amount, but given they're a nonprofit, I think it was around maybe 20,000 total. But it was basically things like lighting at ground level that would light up certain things like trees or important infrastructure. There was also banner lighting, so that that would go on our lamp standards, and it's kind of, you can change the colors and things like that. There were things like different lamp standards and more the septhead side, as Jetta mentioned. I think there was about 5 different lighting treatments, I guess, if you want to call them that, that could be applied. And what we had talked about at the time, staff had met with the PDBA, was doing kind of starting kind of on Macmillan and Jensen and Corfield, and then each year you would do a different section, so that obviously it was coordinated, but after the 3 years you would have the plan basically implemented. So there's several different like types of lighting that would be used. And then what we had talked about was changing the colors for seasonal, so they could be Christmassy at Christmas time, but they would be, spring colors in April or something like that. So the lighting, as Jetta mentioned, we do have some operating costs for installation and takedown for Christmas lights, because we actually have to hire a company to help us. So that would be reduced, but then you're going to have ongoing maintenance, and then obviously the lighting costs for the electrical, although they're all LED at this point. But yeah, so we could certainly recirculate that that staff report. It has some photos and examples of exactly what staff were thinking at the time.
Thank you, staff. And just to confirm, this project would not include any relocation of the power poles downtown? No.
Okay.
Thank you.
So the next item that we've got to be brought forward is the Pioneer Playground installation, and then related life cycle costs as we look at with all of our projects. And if you recall, this was a delegation, I think at the second to last financial plan meeting of last year. And so just bringing that forward to you again, we've got some better idea of costs now. But again, these are just rough estimates, likely around $140,000 upfront cost, and then approximately $70,000 over the 5 years for annual maintenance and inspection of the playground. So if council has thoughts on kind of going ahead with that, or ideas related to that, happy to receive those in any other direction.
Any, Councillor Bill?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through to our Director of Finance. I did have an opportunity, two of the people who have been involved with the, with the delegation, actually, I suppose, had asked if I could arrange a meeting with Mr. Giddens. And so we did meet some time ago, and he had some wonderful ideas. And I also got the impression from that conversation, but since he's still here, he could always also speak to it, that some of the might happen would also be improving a drainage area that, isn't quite up to standard, and also a bit of a fence around the area. So I think some of that might be a little bit beyond the playground, but I'm not sure the actual cost. But I will know, knowing some of the background there, I know that this particular, there was a recommendation for a playground and park in that area going back to when Julia McDonald was mayor. So that's the late 1990s and into early 2000. And then again, more recently, it was also identified as an area in the most recent master plan. So that recommendation hasn't changed. I also think it's worth thinking about this particular little park there is more than a neighborhood park, in that the hall is used extensively. In the past, it has been used with moms and tots groups, but there are a number of community groups that use it. So I think it would be used by certainly beyond those in the neighborhood. But I also think it should tie in nicely with a loop along the, assuming that we give the go-ahead to the greenway or the pathway from the community park along the estuary that leads to Shelley Road, and then one comes up, and then there's some picnic, a place to sit down. And so, I just think it ties in as a real benefit to the whole community and not just a particular area. But I don't know if Mr. Giddens has anything else to add. At the time, he had thought, the rough estimate was certainly less than the 140, and I don't know how much maintenance needs to go into it. But I did hear from our CAO that if things move forward, that then there's a deeper analysis of what the costs might be. So I guess it depends what goes in there as well. Right now, there isn't anything, but I don't know if Mr. Giddens has anything to add to that at this time.
My comments on this is that, like, we've got a few emails up late, of course, because they know we're going into COTW today, which is fair enough. I'm a little afraid of the cost. I have to admit that the cost is pretty large as compared to, and I have to know that I'm familiar with the area as well, walking through there with the amount of younger children that would take advantage of the playground. I'm not sure that the numbers are there. Maybe it is an up and coming neighborhood. There's a little bit of development going on in there that may attract more families as well. I can't help but realize that that neighborhood has very good access, very safe access to our #1 community park, which is our community park, which is huge and has such an amazing playground that's very safely accessed through the Pioneer Corridor, and even better, going to be even easier access when the trail goes through. That's going to go down right through that whole neighborhood, and it's going to go right. It's going to be a lead-in connector directly to the community park, which so much assets have been put into it, as well as maintenance and so forth. So the kids in that neighborhood have very clear access to the park, the community park, but also as identified anyways by the last council, that sometimes wild park structures, like we were talking about, in this case it was Mark's Park, was looking at further identification of improvements to it. And the parks people at the time said sometimes just an area with trees and woods, natural area, natural play is a very key component of it, of maintaining healthy communities and healthy parks for children and so forth. And further evidence by that is Springwood Park, right adjacent to Springwood School, the Springwood Park leading up into the trails where we put in the new bridge. It's the Springwood School kids use that every day. And they too have a park, a playground with the swings and the traditional and so forth. And yet at recess time, they make a beeline to the thing. Good on the teachers for allowing them to get in there. And they play in that wild area. And there's other than tree maintenance and so forth, but they're in the wild nature and they enjoy that immensely. So what I'm suggesting is that the kids in the Pioneer neighborhood as well have access to another wild nature one, which is the estuary lands and so forth, managed by Nature Trust, and to actually get in there and recreate in nature, I think is a real tribute to that neighborhood as well. So I'm a little bit not really supportive of that as such. But the other thing I was thinking about on the weekend when I'm getting all these emails, I'm thinking, is this something that could be addressed at the Pioneer Residents Association, which there is one, are adamant on this? Could this be handled by a parcel tax, like a parcel tax for that area? Is that something that could be considered if they really feel this is necessary?
If I may, through you, there are a couple of things. I don't know why I was thinking about this on the weekend, but I was. Occupational hazard. There are things, actually talking with the director of planning, there's an $8,000 amenity amount allocated for this that's not reflected in that cost. So a recent developer actually gave some funds. So there could be, if more development is happening and council, indicates that this would happen when there were enough amenity contributions, that's one thing you could think about. The other thing that the director of planning and I were also talking about recently is you can put in local service areas. And so it's kind of a targeted tax that someone like not the PDBA has their own, but like the residents in a group would essentially approve a tax for that amenity. So you would just, pick the area. They do it more commonly that I'm aware of in regional district areas for things like lighting and sidewalks. Right. So only the people with those amenities pay for them. But that's something we could look into as well. And later on this afternoon, you'll see when I have the slide with all of the operations projects, there are going to need to be some decisions made because there's just so many in this time frame that the capacity, even if we got the money from somewhere, the capacity to manage the maintenance ongoing and the installation is still something that we would need to deal with. So the money notwithstanding, I think there's a few different options if council wants to keep it on the list, but the capacity piece is the other side. And at a certain point, we actually moved away from exterior parks, I guess, and we focused a lot of the investment on the main park, so Springwood, Foster, and the community park. But with some of the changes the province has announced, I think there is probably an incentive to look at more green space in the public areas, especially if they're going to be allowing zero lot line and very high density in certain areas. So things change over time, but I think later on this afternoon, we can probably have some more, I guess, difficult decision-making conversations about if this is going in, where it could fit. And then, as Jetta mentioned, we would look at all the different funding opportunities for the items that make it past this first test.
Right, thank you. Councillor Gore.
Thank you, Mayor. Hello, Jetta. So we do have a parks fund. Do you know what the amount is in the parks fund that could be utilized towards something like this? And the other is, I think there is opportunities from provincial funding and grants for new parks. I wonder if you've looked at those opportunities. And I remember making this motion when we had the delegation And one thing I was really impressed at what Nanaimo is doing is something called the Partners in Parks program, the PIP. Just getting the emails from the neighborhood and having spoken to them about their desire to have this park. I think they are very willing participants in volunteering their time and doing something similar in the Pioneer Crescent area to have Partners in Park program where we would have volunteers help with installation and as well as maintenance of the park area. So the costs could be reduced significantly, in my opinion, to the city. So I wonder if we looked at that collaboration with the neighborhood.
Thank you for your questions. I will let Kiva respond to the second one, but I'll address the first one first. And that is that our statutory parkland reserve, which I think is what you're referring to, is typically used to buy park land versus park amenities. So there is about 530,000 in that reserve fund, but I think it's generally more for the land than the amenities. But there are other reserves that could be used that are capital reserves that could be used towards that, or the other items for funding that Kiva has identified. With respect to the Partners in Parks, I don't know if we've had a program like that.
Thank you, if I may, through the mayor. So yes, I think that there are some examples of that in Parksville, most notably at Foster and in the community park. The only caveat I'll add is that we are a union environment. And so there can sometimes be sensitivities around using volunteers to do work that our union members do. So we'd have to make sure that we are consulting with our union partners to make, basically see what that would look like and if that would be something that could be enacted or expanded in the city of Parksville. And obviously the city of Nanaimo is a very much larger area than us. And so, it's hard to compare sometimes, but historically our union members have worked with volunteers in those two areas and the community park and Foster. But new arrangements that I suppose would be argued might affect staff levels or, take time away from staff. We can't really necessarily do that. And then with the inspections and maintenance, it's actually you have to be a qualified person. So in the old days, we could rely on, someone's grandpa to do an inspection and do the reports, but nowadays you actually need a certified inspection. So it's not as easy as it used to be, just like everything, I think. But definitely if this one advances, we would do more analysis on where the costs could be funded from, what kind of partnerships, if that's possible, and provide that deeper analysis at the next phase of the budget process.
And furthermore, Mary and then Councillor Martin. The other problem, it's not just the budgeted amount we're looking at here, folks. I'm like, what we're looking at is we're looking at the project. The Pioneer Playground project, I'm talking about capacity, strictly capacity of staff, to do this. Like, we have so much else going. And to be clear, this was not on our strategic plan, so we're asking this to be added on to something that wasn't part. It was never discussed as point as that. It was not. So the thing is that as far as capacity goes, there's so much else we have going. If we add this to even say it was to go ahead for it, it's a huge capacity for staff to do it. You're talking about just the annual maintenance on it and so forth, but it's the staff time to do it. You're talking about hiring another person. I'm just letting you know what we're talking about. You can't keep on adding without taking something else away. So it's a big add-on to it. So just keep that in mind. It's not just the cost of the equipment, it's the cost of maintaining it. So Councillor Martin had as the first time speaker, then back to Councillor Bitt.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was going to mention that my experience as a grandparent in Penticton, I would take my little granddaughter down the street, very close by, a community park for little ones. And it's quite different than at the school level. They have parks too. And so I'm just putting that out there just as an understanding. You walk down, you take, you do this, and they have small things for smaller people, not the school people. So that has a consideration. The demographics are changing there for sure. There's more children there on that area. And we've also put that new development coming in for families too. So Yeah, just an observation. I just thought I'd pass that on.
And Councillor Beal.
Mr. Mayor, just picking up on Councillor Martin's proposal or comments there, that my understanding of a neighborhood park as opposed to the more regional or community park is that it is something that's accessible not too far from where you are, whether or not you live right there or you're using something at the hall. So the kind of thing where, you know, parents or grandparents might just go over there and, you know, they have some time and go home. And also one of the emails that we got, I thought was, you know, well, a couple were particularly good in terms of talking about it's an opportunity where neighbors actually get to meet one another, and so that the children get to meet one another, which is, you know, an added point that I honestly hadn't thought about a lot, but you don't get that when you go down to the community park. I'm actually aware of a number of people, whether it be in that neighborhood or others, who in the summertime, they do not go to the community park because it is so busy. Instead, they drive their children and go to Foster Park or maybe up the hill to the park at the top of Corfield. But the other thing with, in terms of what I'm hearing from the mayor, a good comment, like the price tag is a little bit surprising. We don't even have a concept before us. So I'm just wondering if, again, doesn't that to some degree depend what's put in there? You know, a sandbox and something to climb on. I don't know that it has to be $40,000 project. So again, I just don't know if that's ballpark for the Taj Mahal version of a neighborhood park, or if this is something that could be much simpler. But, and then I'll pass it over to our CAO. Another thing though, from the meeting with Mr. Giddon, he did mention that he explained, as our CAO did, that we can no longer, that neighbors and, you know, can't volunteers, Alliance, et cetera, can't do the installation now because some things have changed, but that it is still possible to get some help in kind. So I gather if, excavation or so on, and that can trigger some tax receipts for people. So I'm just wondering, again, depending on what is actually proposed finally, and if there's some additional funds, be it through amenities or through donations in kind, if that price wouldn't be brought down significantly. And although it maybe wasn't specifically mentioned, I do understand that recreation is one of our, in our strategic plan. And it seems to me that this could fit within that. So over to, I think our CAO had something.
CAO Taylor.
Thank you, through the mayor. So the estimate was actually based on the presentation. So there was a number of items asked for at a conceptual level. The main costs are the equipment, but also there was discussion about accessible rubberized surfacing was specifically mentioned, and that is fairly expensive. I think definitely there's an ability to moderate the scope and change what's there, but the assessment was based on the presentation from staff, or sorry, from the delegation, and staff estimated what the items that were mentioned would cost. And I believe it was actually 136. I rounded it up to 140 for this. It's probably increased that much in the last 3 months.
Councillor Beal.
Thank you. Yes, and actually the meeting with Mr. Giddon a month ago or so, whenever that was, the main request at that time from those neighbors was to ask about the surfacing, because people did not have any idea what that might cost. And Mr. Giddon did present some actually I thought wonderfully creative and practical solutions of that you don't necessarily have to have the whole surface be accessible, that there are ways to introduce areas of accessibility so that people who need it can get up to the edge of whatever structure is there, whether it be the children or whether it be parents or grandparents, because sometimes they're the ones who actually have the accessibility issues. And with those kinds of things, it can greatly reduce the cost. So again, I think, I understand that that's a surprising price ticket, but we don't really know what that's for. Well, we do, and but that was something that was put forth by people who were expecting to install it them with the help of the Lions, and that has changed. And I think their request is really just to have something so that it's a bit of a magnet, if you like, for a magnet addition for the many younger children who are now in the area, as well as people who use the hall. So I think that's quite a negotiable ask.
Okay.
Mhm.
Yeah, I actually do, I guess, have a question or maybe comment on this. So maybe I'll make it and ask it. So I do agree that this could fit into the strategic plan, and that my rationale personally for increasing our recreational opportunities is that we need to make sure that they're keeping up with the changing needs of our population, so that we're not kind of getting our existing services overused. But it seems to me that the biggest constraint on this particular one is the staff capacity. So if there were a situation where there may be funds that would be made available through community contributions, maybe there's an opportunity for some of that to be allocated towards this, maybe not this year, but next year, create a fund or something within the community, along with possibly the suggestion of a levy. But maybe if we can chat over some of the creative ideas with the community and see what the flexibility is on their ideas. That would be what I would say on that. I don't know if there's any thoughts on that. I will note that there's a number of proposed developments in that general vicinity that would add pretty significant numbers, that community, possibly young families.
Thank you through you to the rest of council. One thing that is kind of lingering here that we don't know the full extent of is we will be required to do a new amenity regime, an amenity bylaw. So next year, next month, we will have to understand what that looks like. And we believe at this point, although it is early, that we would have to identify investment in new amenities and basically spatialize those. So similar to our DCC project list, you would have to, I think, as a council, understand what the growing and changing demographic would mean for a specific area. And so conceivably, if there are new developments within a range of this area, council could decide that those amenity contributions that you get from development are towards this particular project. We understand right now, again, don't know 100% that we actually have to identify specific projects. So we can't just say new parks or new amenities. We have to actually have kind of a scope of what it is. So that could lend itself very well. And you'll see later on, we do have some recommendations from staff on timelines for some of the projects that fall within one particular area's responsibility or one particular person in our case. When we say it's like a departmental thing, that's really one person for us. So we're trying to be mindful of that. But yeah, I think there's a lot of things that could be happening in the next year that will really force council to have to look at how you're going to fund those things and what exactly is going to be needed in those growing areas, which I suppose could be everywhere now that we're not allowed to actually pick where growth happens. But
any further questions, Councillor Beal?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And this is a general question about if something is, if council wants to have something included for the budget, but understanding that maybe at the end of the day, it barely gets started on, or that it's within a particular department, it might not be top of the list, then there is that opportunity to then move it over to the following year. So correct? So if something is a little bit too much for 1 year, it doesn't necessarily disappear, but it also doesn't force that particular item to be done. Or is there an assumption that if something is there, that it actually is completed within a year, or might it span? So just a general question.
I think that council would only want to move forward with projects in a year that were achievable with current staff. So if in our capacity discussions this afternoon, it's identified, for example, you could do 3 projects in parks, you might identify the 3 you want in 2024. As you're going down your list of priority items, okay, those go into 2025, 26, 27, like that, so that we wouldn't want to put everything in 2024 and then whatever doesn't happen moves over because it just is too much, right? And of course, you wouldn't want to be taxing for all of those in the first year either, when they could be spread out a number of years. So I think that's the piece about looking at the capacity. So I think what we're looking for from you is, okay, is this something you want to move forward? We bring it forward with the list, and then it's a matter of prioritizing those or slotting them into years within the 5-year financial plan or beyond, so that they don't fall off the radar. We can have them. And that's really part of building out a full 5-year plan rather than just focusing on one, so that we can understand what staffing we might need going forward. If, for example, council's really identified, no, we need all 5 of those done by 2026, for example, then we know that we need to add another staff member, for example. So that's all part and parcel of looking at the capacity of it. But no, we wouldn't put them all in 2024. We would want to understand what your top priorities are. Okay.
Great. Okay, thank you.
Okay, the next one on the list here is an idea that was raised, I believe, by the mayor, and that was to attach a meter to hydrants that are being used by developers on construction sites, and then actually charging for the usage of that water for their time during construction. So this is used in other municipalities. The rough costs that were provided by our acting director of operations was that we would likely need 4 of these meters just based on usage. And so that would be just an upfront cost of about $40,000 for these meters. And then the staff costs related to installing the meter, reading the meter, taking off the meter, finance staff actually billing it and doing all of that would be about $2,000 annually to do that. Now, maybe we could recover that as part of the water charge as well. So we'd have to look into the logistics of this. But currently what we do is that if someone is going to have access to a hydrant meter, they pay a $500 deposit. And then when they're done using or having access to that meter, they get refunded $375. So it's essentially a $125 charge for that. That's meant to cover staff time that's currently related to billing for that and processing those deposits and the administration of that. So there's probably some ideas around that. It is, as you can see, a costly upfront amount to do that, where perhaps the cost of the water that would actually get billed isn't that significant. It would probably depend development to development how much water they actually used. So bringing you back kind of high level information on that idea, there might be other ways to look at that too. Perhaps the deposit is larger and the administration fee is higher, or something like that, to have some amount towards the water usage itself. But that would be what we would be looking at if we were going to actually meter it.
Right. Thank you. And so, since I forwarded this, it was only from my experience from Victoria and so forth, and dealing in my waterworks days. It was standard procedure that any use of public water from a hydrant was paid for by the developer, paid heavily by the developers, or our cost recovery is way low. The developers themselves. And it was from the point that this should be totally borne by the developer. Totally. There should be no cost to the staff, and whatever cost for the staff to administer it should be recovered in the recovery fees. The charge of $125 or $175 is totally inadequate. And it was also from a point of view of conservation. We hit our community pretty hard this year with stage 4, saying how much water they couldn't use. And yet, I'm sorry, the developers are out there, they're working on the construction sites, and they have to do certain things that means high volume of water. Like, they have to make sure when those trucks come out of there that they're not tracking all the mud excuse me, except for what happened up at San Perel this last 2 weeks ago when they're coming out of the farm, but regardless. So they have high needs for water uses anyways on the development projects, but they should pay for that as well. So they're using a lot of water. Realize that the water that they're using is our Parksville treated water. That's expensive water. And they're washing down the parking lots, they're washing down whatever equipment they have, and that's a necessary part of cost of development. And so that should be borne entirely by the developer, and they will build that into the cost of the development, and that's the way it goes. But I'm director of operations or acting director anyways of four units. It's a relatively use. All it is, just to explain what it is a device that fits on the fire hydrant. The access to the fire hydrant in this device has got a valve on it, and it's got a meter on it as well, type of thing, so that actually records the amount of water. Where there was recently a use of one, I can tell you to lay it out, at the Heritage Center where it burned down, the building burned down. About a year ago, they had to use a lot of water to spray the dust down while they were demolishing the building, the burn down, because of the hazardous of asbestos becoming airborne. So they used a huge amount of water, to cover it down. And I'm watching everybody else complaining about, that their grass is going brown and the trees are dying. And then I see this, but they're doing what they had to do because that was work safe requirements. So they used a monstrous amount of water, and yet we're charged not much. So I'm sorry, in this particular case, the insurance is going to pay for that, quite frankly, because the thing is that they have to tear down. So the insurance is paying for that. So I feel that this metering device is a way of promoting conservation, but as well as recovering the fact that they're using our water and they should pay for that water, the amount of water. And plus the other thing is recognize the fact that you have a 3/4 or 1/2 inch or maybe 1 inch supply coming to your house. This is a 4-inch piece of pipe that pumps out at fire equipment pressure. So that the volume is just monstrous. So all that I'm saying is that I believe that we should go along with this it's the right thing to do, but we definitely increase our costs on that so that there's no cost to the taxpayers of Parksville or to us for our budget, but it should actually be on a cost recovery basis. And believe me, I can tell you the developers pay for it in Victoria when they use these things, and it's, like actually some municipalities make money off of, which they should, because there's administration for it. So that's the background on this whole thing. I think that the cost should be adjusted so that if it does cost 140,000, if that's suggested, 40,000. If it does cost 40,000, $10,000 each, then that should be built into the cost of it. So instead of just paying a deposit, you're going to pay a $500 upfront fee, non-recovery. That's $500 right up front, and plus you're going to pay meter charges on top of that, at least. And then I believe that's a reasonable ask. So that's the background on it, folks.
If I could just add a couple more comments just related to that. So a couple of other things that would go along with that is we would need to perhaps consider a different rate, right? For the water usage, different from our commercial or residential
Absolutely.
rates. So then
Yes.
that would be a change in the water bylaw related to that. Another idea that was provided by the acting director of operations was some developers, like they have bulk water. They've got a water truck that is on the site. So that would be another non-meter kind of idea. And the other part I just wanted to clarify is if we're dealing with a land that has been subdivided, the water meters are installed very early on those developments. And so the water is start to be tracked and is metered and read, paid for by the developer. But that wouldn't happen, say, in a downtown where we're dealing with a multi-story, those meters aren't installed. So on the subdivided lands where we're putting in a number of lots or whatever, those meters would be installed early in the process.
Right. Yeah. This initiative would only be on hydrant installation,
Right.
but there are no meters. Yeah. Thank you. Councilor Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Is it 4 of them, like 10,000 each? Is that what they're, yeah. Would it be possible to take one, just have one and just have a trial run and just see? Because they're movable, aren't they, from what you're saying?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you can move them from one to another and then just see how that goes. I mean, that's quite a, small amount compared to 4.
I would
I don't
suggest
know.
the ask for 4 is based on, like, if you look around the city of Parksville right now, the development that we have going on, there's probably 3 sites that I know of right now
Right now.
that would use one.
Mm.
Yeah, at this point, and it would be property of the city of Parksville.
They also could bring in their own water.
Right, thank you.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
yes,
possibly,
and
yeah.
Mr. Pastors, you have a comment?
Sorry. At $40,000 for 4 of them, yeah, you're going to use probably all of them most of the time. The business that it costs you 40,000, don't forget, they have a lifespan also. So you're going to amortize that. That's number one. Number two, you be charging the developers the full bore. And if they get it at the same price that I have to pay for watering my dead lawn, no, that's not fair. If they're going to do this, pay for it upfront at high cost. And when I say high cost, maybe at double what I have to pay.
Thanks, Al. Councilor Gordon.
Thank you, Mayor. I agree, like, I don't think this cost needs to be borne by the city, the capital or the operational cost. I'm just a little weary, like, if we do raise the cost so much that it becomes restrictive for developers to use this, and they would rather prefer bringing their own water. So would we be stuck with this? And most people prefer not to use this option?
I can't, I can't.
I don't know.
Yeah, and I'm just familiar with construction sites, Councilor Gore. I can't see if one person would be, bringing in bulk water is a real pain in the neck. Yeah, and the thing is that you bring bulk water and you have it there for that time, and then you drain the truck, and that's great. But if you have the hydrant, you have to do a washdown situation on a construction site where there's the equipment guys, the construction of that. It's like, bring that up, you turn on, open the valve, and away you go. So I believe if one developer chose not to do it, he'd prefer to buy bulk water. If you check the price of bulk water, it's getting up there in price now, especially here in Oceanside. So I believe it would be well utilized, just for the fact that the amount of construction we know that's on the books coming up. Yeah. Further comments? Thanks, Jeb. Karen.
Okay. The second item on the next item on our list is the attendance at the, I'm not even going to try and pronounce whatever that acronym is, but the VIEAA attendance for all of the counselors to be able to attend. And so ballpark estimate on that would be about 2,000 per council member and about 70,000 over 5 years if everyone attended each year. So that was a request that was asked to be brought forward, and look for your thoughts on that.
So since I was the one that brought this forward through, it was the thought that if like the mayor goes to the VIA and possibly we looked at bringing another councillor member along as well, but then the question was which councillor member was that going to be and what the cost would be for everybody to have the option of attending. So I brought this forward here and now type of thing. This is your discussion right at this time. What do you think of this? Is it worth it, or is it just leave it as is with the attendance? Is we already budgeted for one person attending? Yeah, because, and the reason being is the mayor's the economic development officer as well for the city, and so that's why they attend the Economic Alliance session. So that's why that was already in there. But this is providing for one or more others councillors. So go ahead, council, weigh in. Councillor Gore or councillor, doesn't matter. Councillor Grimes.
Sure, thank you. Through the mayor to council. So I've noticed that other councils do attend as a contingent. I believe this is consistent with 2 of our strategic priorities. and it would be optional for council. I don't foresee that every single council member would want to go every year. But it is an important opportunity, I think, to advocate and engage with other of our counterparts across the island, and supports the things that happen back home here. I wonder though whether it needs to be specifically allocated towards this particular event, or whether the budget could just be a little bit more widely available for other, because there are a number of similar events like this. And so maybe one year, for me, I'm like 1 year would want to maybe attend this, and then another year a different conference. So rather than allocating it specifically, I wonder about that one.
CAO Kaler has her hand up. Thank you.
Thank you, through the mayor. So the way our current policy is written, you would need a council resolution to attend an event outside of UBCM and AVICC. So there's two ways, I guess. You could either agree that everybody has the ability to attend VIAA, or whatever acronym it is, the Economic Summit. If not, council would actually just need a resolution to say you identified another item or another conference. Then the caveat there is that it has to go back to council. Council has to do a one-off approval, and then usually that amount would come out of your council contingency. So not to say that you can't do that in addition, but this at the request of the mayor, and I believe a couple of other councillors also requested this item and indicated an interest in having the ability to attend. This would kind of approve it in principle for the 5 years of the financial plan, that all members of council who wanted to go could go, knowing exactly that maybe every year there might be only 5 or there might be only 2, depending on your schedule. I believe it's always in September. Is that correct? Like, it's always in September, so that can sometimes be a busy time because there's also UBCM in September. So I think it is fair to say that this would be adjusted every year down. So, but we have to put it in the budget at the kind of worst case cost, and then we would book for the number of councillors that indicated they wanted to go. So, it could be less some years, but you have to kind of plan that everybody might go every year if you wish.
Follow up, Councilor Perez. You okay? Councilor Gore.
Thanks, Mayor. To our staff, we do have funding for FCM as well for the mayor and one councillor to go outside what you just mentioned. So, and currently for VIEA, we have for the mayor and one additional councillor to go. Is that right?
If I may, through the mayor, no, it's just every year for the mayor. But in previous years, council has made a one-off resolution to have additional members attend. I think 1 or 2 additional members, depending on the interest of the group at the time.
Right.
But it had to be the only, I suppose, downside is that it has to be a resolution of council at the time, and it's not pre-planned ahead. So, at the beginning of the year when we're doing the budget, we would, I think, it's best to look at what you kind of know you're going to look at in terms of your attendance. But if something comes up, or if this is not added, there's still the ability for council to do a specific resolution and allocate the funds for that specific thing, whether it's 1 or 2 people.
Yeah, no, I agree. Thank you. I just want to be careful. Like, it's all comes down to the must-haves and nice-to-haves, and at the end we'll be looking at the tax increase for our folks. So I'll have a hard time justifying that. I do see a lot of value in these, and I'm always been supportive. So as it stands, the information that I have, I like the one-off resolutions, but it's the rest of the council to decide as well. Thanks.
Councilor Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. What came to my mind was I don't know a lot about these things. And I had 3 constituents ask me why I wasn't going. And so that's how it came to my attention. So I do think, if we had one person allowed to go with the mayor, something like that might work. I don't know. So it's just, that's how it came to my attention. And I'd be interested to go myself for sure. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Martin. Councilor Beal.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I guess I concur with Councillor Gren's comments that having this earmarked, there may be years when it would be great to have a full contingency for whatever reason. However, people are not obliged to attend, they're not forced to attend. And my suspicion is that that not everyone would attend in year. So that money then would just be carried forward to allow for that possibility. So I don't see any harm in supporting this.
Thank you. And just for clarity too, speaking to the fact that in our very first year, the mayor and one other councillor went, and that was the other councillor got to go because there was a previous resolution on the books carried forward from the previous council that it would be mayor plus one. And so that was why when we first came to office is that we had mayor plus one attended on the first time. That was the reason. There was a resolution on the books. Councillor Wood.
Thank you, Mayor. Having attended FCM and UBCM, and I'm a director at large with UBCM, and I'm a appointee to committees for FCM. I have found it personally very handy to see how municipalities are viewed both provincially and federally. This VIA is an economic summit for Vancouver Island, for those of you who are watching who don't know. And there are speakers and keynotes of what is going on the island and how we can grow the business community and bring in industries and services to the island. And so it's really up to the attendees to make the most of what they can when they're there. Meeting local councils and mayors from the island in this case is really key because they have things going on in their municipality and their local government as well. I just have found it really, really interesting. It kind of broadens the scope of just Parksville to really give you an idea of what's going on elsewhere. I believe Nanaimo, obviously it's a lot larger than we are, but I believe they have budgets set for each council member and they can choose whether they want to go to FCM or UBCM or VIA. And that way it's up to the council member to be responsible for their budget, and they're not relying on a resolution each time. And a lot of times they don't go. I don't feel like flying to wherever it is. But this one I do want to go to. And it's incumbent on the councillor or the mayor to make the most of when they do appear and when they do go to one of these. I just wanted to mention that. Thanks.
Right, and for the benefit of and thank you for that, Councillor Wood, and for the benefit of the public, we have had discussions as council to let everyone know the expectations of if they're attending any of these conferences, as the full expectations. There's no wiggle room. It's what the expectations are laid out very clearly, in attendance and participation in all the events is key, and not not leaving early and so forth. Is like if you're agreeing to go, then you will go and you will attend, and that's been supported by all of our council here at this table. I can say absolutely. The value to the conferences as well is enormous, and I can especially say as mayor, I'm fortunate enough, I go to all of them. I can tell you that attending all of the sessions and working with the other people, working with the other counselors and so forth, at the end of the 2 days or 3 days or whatever it is, it's absolutely exhausting. It's overwhelming, but the amount of information that the council members come back with it, and the networking that they do, and the ideas that they bring back, and it's usually always for the benefit of the city of Parksville. And I can say that they're just absolutely buzzing, but they come back with a bunch of ideas. We go there and we borrow other ideas, quite frankly, from other municipalities that have succeeded in maintaining the budgets, at less cost to the taxpayers. And this is what comes back, as well as the economic development that happens in speaking of VA, happens actually with the networking of the people at these development conferences to provide economic benefit for the city of Parksville. And I can tell you right now that after working with this council here, our council works very hard They work very diligently at working it, and as I say, at great cost to their own personal life, because it's very time consuming and very brain taxing. So it's good value, and it's actually, I'm very pleased when another councillor member is there, because it actually makes it a little easier for those that are attending, actually to kind of spread those. There's so many things going on at the same time. We can't attend every one of them. So what we have a tendency to do is council members will say, okay, you're going to this one, you're going to this one, you're going to that one. And we just kind of split it up. So all of us are getting the benefit for all the keynote speakers and so forth. So it's a well-organized plan that happens when we attend these things. And so I appreciate that as well. So I appreciate the comments, as well as Councillor Beal has mentioned as well, that, if it's there, you don't have to necessarily use it. You just have it in the budget type of thing, and you carry forward each year. And that seems very reasonable to me. Councillor Wood's suggestion about, individual as well, it is definitely individual council members, being an allowance, and then deciding which ones that they feel that they have the most a value of, and recognizing the fact that if it's something like FCM, it's considerably better cost, because there's a lot of traveling and so forth with FCM, Federation of Canadian Municipalities is what I'm referring to here, folks. And it could be on the other side of Canada, it could be in the Maritimes and so forth, because they do move them across Canada. So that would be one way of looking at it. I think that's a really a good suggestion, the way maybe we could look at, see what that looks like. But yeah, so once again, this also gives me my opportunity to thank council members for their participation in all the other, in between the AGICC, the UBCM, the FCM, the IEAA, and also we have LGLA that comes up as well, which is, the professional management association for Leadership Academy. So this is their time that they're spending on their personal time that they're attending these things. And so I appreciate that participation. Councillor Gardner.
Just a quick comment, Mayor. Since you've been to VIEA before, isn't there participation from the business community, like usually the business associations and the chamber from Parksville? That's my understanding.
Do they attend? There's a lot of attendance from chamber, VIA, all stakeholders, yes. The question? Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
If I may, we do have quite a few. We actually were ahead of schedule because we were looking at doing this after the recess, but we do still have quite a few more items to talk to council about. And so I'm just wondering, for a time check right now, if council wants to follow the agenda and break at noon, or returning at 2, or if you want to motor through, or.
The only question I have is if we can break now, and Sarah's organized already in there, so that's fine. But until 2, or could we not reschedule it at 1? Sorry, I'm just.
If I may, the only risk of coming back earlier is that we have advertised that the recess will be until 2.
Okay.
And we did put that information out quite extensively. So the risk would be that a member of the audience or the public may attend at 2, and you've already commenced earlier. So that would be the only challenge. That is also true.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mayor, if I may. So,
Yeah, thanks, Al.
if I may.
Yeah.
First off, thank you. Would that need a council resolution then to change the time?
If I may, no, this is a committee meeting, but it's really just the advertising went out to the public. So the
I would-
expectation.
I would personally prefer a 1-hour recess instead of 2. I got things to do, please. Thanks.
Yeah.
You can park beside the Boys and Girls Club behind us here. Really serious. Okay. And there is free parking right on McCarter as well, unlimited. Just so you know, Al. So, council, 1 hour or 2 hours? One. Okay. All those in favor of 1 hour? Okay. 1 hour. Okay, we're back at 1 o'clock then. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes, that's right. Anybody that's watching, you can hear, we're back at 1 o'clock. Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back to the second part of our Community of the Whole meeting at 1 p.m. Here we go. Thank you so much, Mrs. Holmes. If you could continue on with your presentation, we'd appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Great. Good afternoon. So we were talking about that last item, third from the bottom, the conference attendance. So I don't know if there's any more discussion on that, or we'll wait and you can receive all the rest and decide if you want any changes on that, including to include some or all of that proposed amount in the financial plan. So the next item is the Beach Fest sand sculpting relocation, and we did have some discussion around that this morning. Is there anything else that anyone wanted to add on that item? Right now, we've got a ballpark of about $100,000 to do that relocation, and obviously there would be more work done on fine tuning that.
Right, and thank you for that, Jed. I was just pleased to understand that the construction wouldn't take place until 2025, which is a good move to give everybody a little breathing space. And so we design it properly. So I have no further questions at this time. Council, any further question about the Beach Fest? Councillor Gore?
Thank you, Mayor. Just a quick comment. Since the Beach Fest Society mentioned that they'll be willing to contribute financially to this, so I'm anticipating this number to be lower than 100,000. Thanks.
Yeah, and I think we would look into that and fine tune those costs, and including what they foresee and what staff may tell us what needs to be there in terms of services and things like that and costs around that. So we'll bring some more details as part of that. And there may be that we need to include some costs in 2024 to start some of the prep, such that if they want to be operational there in 2025. So we'll have to look at how that fits over years as well.
Good point. Good point. Thank you. Councillor Beal.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And yes, that was my comment. Just even though the actual work might not take place until 2025, there was the suggestion and request that there be allowed some staff time to discuss the project and what it might look like.
That's great. Thank you.
However, we need to include that if it goes ahead.
Okay, we can consider that. Thank you.
Okay, great. The last item then on this slide is the Code of Conduct review. And this was included as a preliminary item in last year's financial plan, and council decided to not move ahead with it. It's been brought forward again this year for your consideration. The $10,000 is an estimated amount to have a consultant or lawyer do that work on behalf of council.
Thank you for that. All that I can say is that this council decided the last time not to proceed with that. And I would actually commend council for that decision. I've seen recent reviews or situations developing from other municipalities across Canada that did put in a code of conduct review, as was suggested that was needed. And it's turned into be quite a legal nightmare of situations that has developed. There's a proper word for it. As such, it's not making things smoother, it's making things rougher, is all I can say, at a great cost to the taxpayer, because now the legal teams are being called in for both sides, and you know who's paying for that. So I believe my own personal opinion is that this council in particular has treated all aspects with respect. And I believe we're moving along without any incidents. And I think that we can continue to do that, save the $10,000 and all the rest of the legal fees that go along with it. That's my own personal opinion. Anybody else like to weigh in? That's absolutely fair.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think that we can always improve, and having a review doesn't mean we're going to have a whole pile of legal fees. I would hope not, just to have it reviewed as to what goes into a code of conduct. I've always felt that we can always do better, and that particular area of our life here is really important. And so maybe it needs to be tightened up or expanded. I know nothing about a proper code of conduct, and I don't think it's an experiment. I think it's kind of like required, and having a review wouldn't be a bad thing. And so that's how I would look at it. And with $10,000, help for a review, not necessarily, you know, there must be new things that are in code of conducts that were not in code of conducts with whatever we have today. So that's what I would request. Anyway, thank you.
Councillor Bill.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And yes, I would certainly be open to having a look at the code of conduct and certainly, and I hope that there's no suggestion that the code of conduct somehow leads to some of these challenges that are experienced in other municipalities, but that they could be there to help guide people. But given some of the particularly social media outlets that people may have, including counselors, I think it's valid to have a look at this. And again, hopefully it wouldn't come to a full $10,000, but I would be certainly open to having a review of the code of conduct. I think as Councillor Martin mentioned, there's always things that one can learn from having a look at what is out there.
Thank you. Councillor Wood.
Thank you, Mayor. Through yourself to our CAO, did we look into it a little bit? I think we looked into it a little bit since we chatted about it a year ago, and there might have been some, I don't know, some new thoughts that we might have heard. I forget. Thanks.
So if I may, a couple of councillors wanted just to discuss whether or not there was a need or an appetite for this, because when it legally or legislatively, we actually had to bring it back to you by the end of January. And so you were very new as a council. And I think having almost a year of experience now, there's different things that you just understand about the process and how a council works, and things like outside of your council, you're sitting here at the table for part of your council life, but there's other things. And so I don't think there was a specific item necessarily, but in order to have a more robust understanding, you really, I think, really need that legal expertise. And so there is actually one of our current firms, they're one of the partners who we don't work with all the time, but he is the expert on this and was the integrity commissioner for the city of Surrey, I believe. And so, in order to have a couple of meetings with our lawyers and have them do, a review, you're getting into that $10,000 range probably fairly quickly. And that person has worked with many municipalities on issues, so they can kind of preemptively identify, here's an area that you might want to have really clear policy, or here's, some examples of what other municipalities have put in place. So from my conversation with a few councillors over the last 8 months, there's been 3 or 4 people that at certain times have said, do we need this? Should we have this? I felt like I was kind of not very prepared when you first presented it to me, because I was a councillor for 5 minutes. So I just, given that more than one councillor had mentioned, I suggested to them that I would put it before council again at budget, and you can have a discussion at that point about whether or not it's needed.
Councillor Beal.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, CAO, our CAO. It sounds like this could be a bit of, the old ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure, and in fact could head off and clarify situations that might not be totally clear to members of council when they're in the middle of something. So I think that this could be very helpful.
Councillor Grimes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you to council. I'd be willing to consider looking at this again. However, my position from the last discussion is not super different in that I would much prefer the province had mechanisms in place that that allowed members of council who have an issue to seek outside support, as opposed to having to go through a legal process or a political process within their own council, which is nothing but a recipe for toxic and potential legal issues. So I don't know how we push that forward as part of our advocacy, but if there was some kind of ombudsperson or something like that provincially that was able to handle any complaints and help do that outside of the context of the existing council, that seems to be a much better option than what I've seen so far in terms of remedies within councils.
Thank you, Councillor Grenson. That was the word I was looking for, the toxicity that actually had occurred after the code of conducts were conducted in other municipalities where it was actually used as weapon to weaponize the situation to for political purposes, to use it against other members of council. And so I feel that that's taking up way too much time at the table in other areas. And so that's why I wasn't in favor of it. If council wants a review, then council gets a review. Thank you.
Okay, we'll just carry that forward then, and you can decide when you're looking at the context of the whole list. Okay. I think that slide, I'll just come back to it when we get to that item on the list here. So the next item on the carry forward list was the snow clearing equipment for downtown and priority sidewalks. So looking at an upfront purchase cost of about $115,000 for that specialized equipment. And then there would be our operating and maintenance costs such as fuel and regular maintenance annually. And of course, all of those costs depend on how much snow and ice and that we have in a year. So welcome your thoughts on that.
Yes, thank you for this and for the public's interest here. This was brought up as a topic of conversation regarding improving accessibility in our downtown areas. We know we have a bylaw in place that it makes it any snowfall is contingent on the property owners to clear their own sidewalks and so forth in front of their places of business and so forth. And it has, people have witnessed recent snow events in past years that is not very well performed in very many cases. In fact, at one time it was less than a third of the participants were actually clearing the sidewalks, and thereby the sidewalks were staying covered in snow, making mobility and issues for accessibility extremely hard and dangerous for people that are actually now walking on the paved areas on the road and so forth. So the thought was, at the very least, we should have a mandate for city crews to purchase a proper sidewalk clearing machine that would clear the sidewalks in the event of encumbrance of a snow event, that to make it accessible for everybody to still, and it would just be on the major corridors. We're not talking neighborhoods, we're talking like the downtown core specifically, so that people can get services, do their banking, have their meetings and their appointments and so forth in downtown without having to risk walking in the roadway. That was the idea. So that was the intent behind it. And then of course, the Accessibility Act came through at the same time. And it just was one more item that we're perhaps should be having a look at. So council, I'll ask your ideas on what you think of this moving forward. Councillor Gore.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, I concur with what you just said about the need for accessible sidewalks, snow events. Again, it's a big sticker shock for me too. Look at $115,000 to keep our sidewalks snow free, snow clear, and that does not include, probably there's more depending on the staff time, could be more cost, more than that. So it's a big item to be included, and I wonder if there's other possible ways of funding this activity. Right now, it's the responsibility of, I guess, businesses and owners to keep the sidewalks clear, and I would like us to see and explore options of if we can do it more economically than what we have here.
Councillor Beal.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through to the Director of Finance. One question I have is that because the way I read this, it sounds like it's limited strictly to the downtown area. So not all along, like the sidewalks along 19A or
That's me.
farther up Alberni Highway. No, that the sidewalks only really go up through the downtown. So is there any consideration for a request from for instance, the PDVA to see if they would like to contribute to this? I'm just thinking that there is a little bit of offset then for business owners not having to, not having to provide that clearing, because I do recognize that it is a real issue. It's very inconsistent. Some places will have something completely cleared right down to the pavement. Others will have a little bit of space for someone to walk through, and others, haven't gotten to it. So I am wondering as well if there is any contribution, whether it be through, or can we get this a little bit through business licenses in an area, or again, is there any interest from the downtown businesses to contribute to this, and have they also made a request for this service?
I think there could be a number of alternatives investigated. I don't think that's come forward at this time. Another part of that staff talked about is it's all, of course, with the snow clearing based on priorities identified and working through that list. So, but it could also be used in the park to clear pathways and sidewalks and things like that. So there are other options, but if it was a particularly heavy snow year, it might only get used in the highest priority items. So it may vary year to year. And so the funding alternatives related to that, could be investigated. I don't know if our Director of Operations has anything to add to that, or. Okay.
The other, speaking to that, Jetta, the other question I have is like to the capital cost of getting the specific snow removal for sidewalk machine. Would that qualify for the new Spark grants, the accessibility grants that have been announced? Do they provide for capital purchases compared to operating? I was just wondering about that, if that, because the Spark is relatively new to address the accessibility issues as dictated by the province.
Yeah, if I may, I think it's only 25,000 available, and that's not enough, I guess, but it could be used to offset. But again, if council does want to advance these items, we would look at the funding options. So we would look at whether it would be eligible for gas tax, or for other grants, or for the growing community fund, or other things that we have available. So we certainly would look into any way to offset it. But and I think those other items, as Jetta mentioned, like stepping up enforcement and those kinds of things could be effective. We do that already. Like we usually do a lot of reminders before we know there's going to be an event, letting people know that they're responsible for clearing, but some people just don't have the ability or the capacity to do that. So, I mean, recognizing as well, how many days of snow we have, it's probably not that many, right? Like, so this is just something I think council will have to look at. And maybe our trends over the years are that we do have, a couple of days here and there where certainly this is a big issue for people that are facing those mobility challenges. So.
Yes, and thank you for that. And in particular, it's, these are items that are brought to us as council members. I get my share of emails, of course, as well as the rest of council. So it's up to us to bring it forward at the council table. And that's what we're doing here today, to make sure that our community is being represented. So it's just one of those things that we want to not delete it from the list. If we want to carry on and say that this is a possibility, then staff can look at funding options and so forth. Realize by doing that, you're actually adding onto staff capacity. As council is asking for yet another study to identify funding options. And I see Mr. Pastor's had his hand up here, so.
I was just going to comment that it doesn't have to be a snow removal machine. It can be a machine with a snow removal blower attached to it. They come, so they're seasonal. If you go to the city of Winnipeg, for an example, which I'm familiar with, they've got a machine that has a blower on it during the winter. They take the blower off and it's got a street sweeper for the summer. It's interchangeable. It's like a tractor with attachments.
Yeah.
And so therefore, you don't have to get a $115,000 snow machine. You probably get a $50,000 or $60,000 machine and then buy whatever attachments you need, whether they be a snow blower, whether it be a street sweeper, or whether it be a pooper scooper upper.
And that's exactly what we're looking for. We went on the high end of this, Al, looking at it as a dedicated sidewalk cleaning device. And but operations are very good at, you know, like taking a tractor and converting into something else. If they get one of the ride-on tractors and put a blower on it or a snow clearing plow on it. I know that that's what we do kind of now right now. We have one of our little tractors and actually we put a blade on it and we push it around in the areas like off our parking lot and stuff like that, but it's not a dedicated one. So I know that operations staff would look at the most efficient way to achieve it without something that's going to take 5 times as much time and labor as compared to, you know, like a machine that's actually designed to clean it all in one swoop. So yeah, it's a good point, Al. Thank you. Councilor Martin, you had your hand up.
I was also wondering too about leasing something like this, you know, that we don't necessarily own it. So it's leased for a snow day, or, you know, the people that do the, they're contractors that come around. We all know them because we see them. They come out when the snow comes. Someone like that to do it. So we don't have the capital expenditure, but it's just some labor to get it done. So just an idea, or lease it.
And yes, I know. And unfortunately, unless you have a standing contract with someone, most of them will be, when it snows, they're extremely busy and you're put on hold. And this, we would like to have a tendency to be the priority on it. And the priority usually comes with a price. So they'll charge you for whether you used it or not. So that's usually how a contractor would work. Otherwise, he could go charge somebody else a lot more money. So yeah, exactly. Yes. Yeah. So council, any further comments? Moving on. Thanks, Jenna.
Okay. The next item is the BC Culture Days, and you had a delegation in the last couple of months requesting about $29,000 for 2024, being a one-time only. This isn't a continuing item. And council resolved to bring that forward to financial plan discussions.
Thank you. Councilor Beal.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I can comment somewhat on this in that I did have a follow-up meeting with the person who brought the delegation forward, as well as attended in an online session to learn more about what's involved for BC Culture Days and also what are the roles and responsibilities and benefits to being a host hub city. And we are the designated city for British Columbia, or at least for the island. It might be for British Columbia for 2024, which is quite an honor, but of course it comes with responsibilities as well. And they do provide some financial support, but I know that the people who are involved with the actual planning of the event, and it does span about a week or a little more, are looking at ways to perhaps reach out and get sponsorship and looking for other opportunities for funding this. So that presentation is not a final presentation. And my understanding is that the people involved, again, with the planning are working on getting something that they will bring back before council in January for further consideration to look more closely at what the budget requests or the financial contribution requests might be. And, they're hoping it might be more like $5,000, depending on the level of sponsorship that they are able to get. So I'd say that is, like full in, like if there was no funding from anywhere else, just an initial. So if it's possible, I think it would be wise to, keep it there, but that price should drop quite a bit. But they hadn't had a chance to, they're working on grants, reaching out for grants right now, also looking for letters of support, and again, looking for sponsorship opportunities. So they'll have a better idea later in January.
Okay.
Councilor Martin? Oh, I thought you had, yeah, okay. Any other comments? Carry on. Thank you.
Okay, great. The next item is kind of a catch-all, in-kind support for city facilities leased to others. And this might include things like vandalism, snow removal, maintenance, and security. With each kind of new facility we're building, whether that's the outdoor theater or we also assume the curling club, we have leases with often community organizations that include a number of things. And then there's maybe some of these things that we have been or continue to provide, and whether or not those should be included. We will also be looking further along at kind of the in-kind support that we give to some events as well in the community, but this one's a little bit different in that it deals with some of our city facilities where we have other organizations involved.
Comments? Councilor Beal?
Thank you very much. I just want to clarify if I'm understanding this correctly. So this is talking about in-kind support that the city provides for organizations that might be doing some sort of an event on city-owned property. Is that what that means?
I think it's
Or is it the
more
opposite?
so say, for example, the outdoor theater, we essentially have a lease with the Beach Fest organization for them to run the outdoor theater, but there may be pieces that say they have an expectation that Parks continues to provide some level of, say, landscaping or maybe the snow removal or things like that. And so just getting some ideas and feedback from council on how that looks as we kind of go down the road of having these city-owned facilities that we're leasing to community groups for their running of it, and whether we see that as they are wholly taking care of that or whether the city continues to have costs related to some of these facilities. And certainly as we look forward at the asset management plans, those are still city-owned facilities, and we need to be pondering how we provide for the future replacement and significant maintenance of those items as well, and what the sharing is of the community groups that have the benefit of those organizations, or at least facilitating that on behalf of the community.
Thank you. I see CAO Kaler has her hand up as well. So.
Is that working now? If I may, through council, I think Jetta actually covered what I was going to say, but this happens relatively frequently. So each one might be a one-off for that organization. But for example, we had an emergency request one time to clear snow around the curling area because they had a huge event happening, and they usually take care of most things. But you know, if we're able to redeploy staff, usually it's been a kind of a one-off where the mayor has been like, you got to go help out for this reason. And so, you know, that kind of happens, or we have requests to keep an eye on a property, or, you know, can our security people go and do things? And so those are coming up enough now that I think we need some more direction from council on, you know, is it a one-off each time, or do we allocate like a budget amount, or, you know, how do we deal with those things, recognizing that we believe when council enters into those leases, they think that everything is being taken care of by the organization, but in a growing number of incidents, there's things that the city staff are expected to still do. But if we don't do them and the operator doesn't do them, there's almost more cost in the future. So I think what we'll do during budget is come up with some reasonable amounts of what that in-kind support looks like, given the history in the last couple of years, and then seek some more direction from council on whether you want staff to be doing that. Because if they are, that takes away from other things. And so I think what we're trying to account for is that every decision made by council has costs, whether that's direct costs or indirect costs or a combination of both of those. So we flagged this one because there are a couple of times where somebody will say, hey, can you go help this person out or go help that organization out? We've always been able to kind of make it work, but over time, there should be more like clear direction from council on what your expectations are there.
Thank you. And Councilor Martin, are you stopping? Okay. Councilor Gore.
Thank you, Mayor. I like what the CEO has mentioned. I think it's important that we manage expectations of the organizations. I think one-offs, like as per the request, in my opinion, is okay. And as long as the organizations know that this is not something they can expect every time. I do want to mention about the Beach Fest Society and the outdoor theater. My understanding in their budget, looking at their budget, is they make annual contributions to the city for using that facility. So I was wondering if that amount could be tapped into whenever there's requests like these specific to, let's say, the outdoor theater.
Well, right. Yeah, it's a portion of the ticket revenue. And so I think that's part of it, is looking at that larger picture. One, partially because it's just a very small percentage perhaps of our actual costs in kind, as well as we're building reserves and looking at the long-term replacement and major maintenance of that. Again, it's probably a small portion of what we might expect to contribute towards that as well. So I think, as the CAO has mentioned, we can bring back some approximate estimates on that, and it changes year to year, but taking a look at that so that we can manage expectations not only of yourselves in terms of understanding what the relationship is, but also those organizations and how often they are making those calls for extra help, and so that we can manage that accordingly with council's direction on how much of that you provide. Because as we'll see in a subsequent slide here, the more in-kind support we provide to all of these things, the more of those basics that it gets taken away from, right? And so then we have other residents that are calling because the grass didn't get mowed or whatever the case may be because staff got pulled sideways. So it's just understanding how those two are very directly connected in terms of there's a finite number of staff hours to deal with all of these requests.
Thank you for that clarification. I also like when I see it's for city facilities that are leased to others, is that we're referring to here. I would like to know the breakdown if they're leased facilities and they're leased for lease value, or if they're leased for a dollar value for legal only. That would have a lot to do with if the individual facilities are being leased for $1, we're not making any lease fees for it. And then to expect like snow removal or vandalism, repair work and that type of thing, then that's pushing it somewhat. To me, is if it's something like that, I would just have to know, like as it is right now for things like vandalism, snow, it's always been just pretty well up to operations, to flex and say, oh, we have a situation, snow and it falls on Remembrance Day and the snow is all over the cenotaph, so we need the staff to get on there and clean up the snow so that we can have the event happen in a safe way. So those are things that we just kind of pivot and flex, and we do that with our staff. I'm not sure that we have to allocate a specific amount of money, as long as we just maintain priority on what can actually be covered by in-kind, and what can be, sometimes we just have to say no. We don't have the ability to fix that situation right now. So that's without identifying who these are, it's hard to say that I support or not support it. But anyhow, thank you, Councillor Bill.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through to the Director of Finance. I appreciate, I actually really appreciate this being brought forward. It seems to me to be quite reasonable to have, given that this does happen time and time again over the years, to have some kind of a budget. And if hopefully it doesn't need to be accessed and find, it's just there as a line item to cover that. I also appreciate that there will be some kind of a calculation that I presume is based on on the actual situations that have occurred over the last year or two. I certainly like to and will always look at our city wanting to support the many nonprofit and volunteer organizations and others that really make the difference for our citizens to live here. I mean, living is more than hopefully having a roof over your head and being able to get food, but you know, taking part in whether it be music or sports, recreation, or just getting out in the community. So senior center, whatever it is. So I really value what these groups bring to the city and to our livability, but understanding that those kinds of situations do add up and they have a cost. I'm also aware of other municipalities nearby that that absolutely, you know, step up and provide in-kind support when things go awry. So you know, I would hope that we would be in, I'm sure that we'd be in good company there.
Councilor Grants.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm through to Director of Finance. My concern obviously is going to be anytime I see a question mark when it should be a number. And as I see it, and what I would love to see supporting is the development of a policy that would provide some guidance for the second part of that question mark, which is what kind of funds maybe need to be allocated towards that. But it sounds like there's actually a pretty complex policy question here to address around to what extent we support these facilities as the landlord to those facilities, especially in cases like, as the mayor points out, where maybe the lease is only $1 a year or something like that. So a clear policy on that would, to my mind, make a lot of sense to develop that if we don't have that already. That can then guide questions around, well, what is an appropriate allocation of an insurance policy? Basically is what we're talking about here, is setting aside money in the budget as an insurance policy against unforeseen things that we need to do as a landlord. And recognizing the additional complexity to this is that a normal landlord doesn't necessarily have the same kind of public eye implications of providing a service through someone who's leasing the property. If we don't, as a city, appropriately do things like snow removal or vandalism repair, and no one's going to be like, well, that should have been the leasee that did that. They would think it's the city that should be doing that. So we need to account for that in our policy. And I would definitely support the development of the policy as a first step towards developing what the budget should be for that, to implement that policy.
Yeah, I would suggest you've hit on a few of the key points there, but certainly the lease lays out a lot of the responsibilities of each party. But I think what happens, as the CIO was mentioning, is that these one-offs come up and often in the public eye, right? And as we're looking at levels of service and really looking at where our staff spend their time, often, and we'll look at subsequent slides, they end up getting pulled out to some of these more public events that I think perhaps residents have an expectation that the city's going to do that, even though it may be otherwise laid out in the lease document, but I don't think anyone's bringing that out at the event. So I'm not sure if you want to add.
If I may, just to kind of maybe
okay.
provide a little bit of context on this one. So for example, we have a lease with an operator for the Shelley Hall, but they're a nonprofit and they, I think, very carefully allocate all of their funds that they get. We unfortunately had a pretty serious vandalism event where all the doors were broken, all the locks were broken, many of the items were damaged. There was a significant repair needed. And even though the lease says that they are responsible for certain things, it doesn't envision that exact scenario. So in that case, the city, it needed an immediate attention because the door was literally like off the hinges kind of thing. So the city steps up in those situations. And then we have other kind of unforeseen things that would come up where the lease in almost all of our leases are for $1 or $10 or like below market rate. I can't think of any that's actually a more commercial lease because it's just the nature of what we're leasing. But some of them have a cap, like so annual maintenance to $20,000 is on the person that's on the operator. But that's for things like a minor plumbing issue or something along those lines that they're better off dealing with. But then there comes a situation where if it's the entire plumbing system that's not working, then if we're going relative, all the time to try and help or assist, there's a threshold there. And so I think having a policy that maybe has some of those examples and a procedure for council, like, do we come back to you when it's over a certain amount? With our asset management, that will make things a little bit easier because we'll be looking at the like HVACs and plumbing systems and things. But the problem that we encounter is that it comes up and it's emergent, and we don't have time necessarily to say, oh, well, don't fix that thing until we have a council meeting in 2 weeks. So it happens relatively frequently, but not with always the same person. So I think having a policy with a contingency is a great way to start. And that's more on the facility side. And then Jetta will probably speak in a few minutes here to the in-kind support for known events, which is different than the facility side. So there's just both of those two things that I think we're at a size of community, and we have so many buildings and facilities now that we do need to have some direction from council on what your expectations are, what you think the community's expectations are, and what the groups themselves need in order to still be sustaining and offering that service to the community.
Thank you. Anybody else? Thanks, Jen.
Great. Okay. The next item is a tree bylaw review, whether that's an in-house or consultant doing that, and estimated at $50,000. This came up as part of the work plan list as well. We've been working on a couple of different things like an urban tree strategy and other things, and this might be a next step. So wanting to have some feedback from council as to whether that's something to add to the mix this year or a later year.
But my comments would be, it would be premature before council's had a chance to actually see the urban tree review or the planning review, the report. We haven't seen that report that was requested by the previous council. So I stand by that. I would like to see that urban tree study first, and that may identify how many times a tree bylaw might have been practical. I know it's it's similar but different, but that's my point. Anybody else? Councilor Grant.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll come in behind that comment as well. Very much want to see a healthy tree canopy in the city, public lands, but also private. But I'm eagerly awaiting the urban forest strategy report, and then that would guide the whole matrix of things that are around this particular issue, I think, with that as a starting point. So I would definitely concur with the mayor on that one.
Okay, so this might be something to bring back a year from now once you've received some of that information.
Yes.
Yeah,
yes,
okay,
It's definitely 25.
great,
No,
appreciate
24.
that.
Sorry,
Yeah.
24.
Okay, the next item is the idea of transferring a percentage of parking ticket revenue to the off-street parking reserve. And I just will go back one slide here, maybe. And you can help with that. Just to give you an idea of the magnitude of our parking ticket revenue, there's just a summary here of what our actuals have been, as well as our budgeted amount over the last, I guess, about 10 years, and showing that the average over the last 5 years was about $8,300 per year in parking ticket revenue. You can see 2021 was a very healthy year. The number of parking tickets that year was very high for whatever reason, but other years you can see kind of range from $3,000 maybe up to $9,300. And so I think the idea was proposed that some percentage of that revenue would go into the off-street parking reserve. Just go back to that. Yeah, and obviously some of that revenue goes to fund salaries related to collection of that, but again, the number wouldn't be significant looking at those dollar amounts unless we really change the fee structure on the parking tickets.
We can move back to the next
Yeah.
slide. Yeah. Yeah, thanks, Jetta. So how this came about is actually thanks to our meeting we had with the PDBA. We talked about parking and the lack of enforcement and so forth, and we did put measures in place to get things back in post-pandemic methodology to issuing tickets. What came up at that particular time, and if we can speak to the last item on this, can I bundle this together,
I think
Jetta?
they're related. Yes, of course.
Because this percentage of ticket parking revenue is, quite frankly, I didn't realize it was this sizable. $8,300 a year type of thing is nothing to sneeze at. And so my question was, well, what happens to that $8,300 a year? And the question or the answer was, it goes into revenue. And so I thought, well, we have pressure on the city to provide more parking facilities, particularly in the downtown core. And with that always comes a price. And so I was suggesting that perhaps some of that parking revenue, a portion of that, because obviously there's some that has to be left, but a portion could be taken off annually just on a regular basis. 8,300, if we take off 50%, and then we're going to end up with approximately $4,000 a year, which in a doesn't take long to accumulate anyways, to help offset the costs if we have to provide other parking facilities, like in the very case of we are dedicating for a temporary parking solution beside the fire hall. The two properties that are now owned by the city of Parksville are going to be converted to overflow parking for the downtown core. That doesn't come without cost, to grade it and make it safe for egress to that location. So the money would come from that part of the revenue. I mean, to me, it just makes sense. If we're receiving revenue from parking, then maybe we should take that revenue and put it towards parking. It just seemed relatively easy. So that was my idea on that. And that was after conversations with the PDBA, which we work very closely with within the business improvement area. Which leads me to the part two, for providing a $3,000 one-time grant to the Parksville Downtown Business Association for downtown public parking. So what this is coming from is the fact that currently the downtown PDBA are actually leasing, I believe it's a lease for a parking lot on MacArthur. Right now, they're spending $1,000 a month. The $1,000 a month is being paid now by the PDBA are paying for that usage of the free parking lot on MacArthur. So, which I thought was pretty honorable to do, and this was no requisition from the PDBA. They were handling this, but I thought $3,000. I think that if we have money in the would have had money if we had it in a reserve fund, but we raised like approximately $8,000 a year. I thought it would be the honorable thing to do for the city of Parksville to take part of that $8,000 that we made in parking revenue and that we acquired in parking revenue and apply it $3,000 to the PDBA. And that what the intent would be is, since they pay $1,000 a month, is that for $500, we apply it like $500 a month for a 6-month period. So 500 equals $3,000, as you've already got there before I did. So, and that money, the $3,000 allocated would actually specifically be pulled out of the revenue from parking tickets and not be taxpayer funded. So that was my point on that one. I thought it was the right thing to do because we have noticed that the parking lot on MacArthur, we recognize it is a temporary situation until the building is developed in that area. And this would be a one-time only type of thing. Is not going to carry on. It's just as a show of good faith anyways, that we would pay $3,000 for a 6-month period. That was my thoughts on it. So it's open to council.
If I could just add a couple of thoughts
go
before
ahead.
that.
Yeah, sorry, Jeff.
So just so there's an understanding, the reserve, the off-street parking reserve is a statutory reserve fund, and the balance in there as at the end of 2022 was $560,000.
Right.
And so that can be used to provide off-street parking, but also infrastructure related to active transportation or public transportation. So it wouldn't have to be just parking. That money could go towards other items that maybe would take away the need for parking, perhaps bike structures or whatever else. So just a little bit more information on that. And again, the dollar amount isn't a really large number, but if, you know, you were to give half of the parking revenue plus a grant, that money right now is in general revenue. And of course, that's not a percentage of property taxes, but every $10,000 adds up to something, right? So just keeping in mind that, yeah, those things accumulate and may, with a number of initiatives like that, require a tax increase to replace that revenue. But it maybe does offset costs, as you're saying, in the future related to other infrastructure.
That's the point. Yeah, it's a one, the correct terminology is a grant.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. It's not an ongoing budget line. That was my point. So, Councilor Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. When you mentioned that fund that we have that's there sitting there, would that pay for bus cover, you know, the bus stops where people are standing out in the rain and they need a cover?
Yeah.
Did that cover something
I
like
would think
that?
that it could, because it is, one of the things is items related
Because
to
there's
active
one-
transportation or public
Yep.
transportation.
Yep.
So,
Because it's needed in one place I know in Molly.
Okay.
Okay,
Mhm.
thank you.
Any other comments? Councilor Grant.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just make one comment maybe is that I would definitely support any amount above the budgeted amount that comes in through street parking. That seems like a slam dunk for me, is if anything above the amount that's budgeted would get allocated towards that fund. As we saw in 2021, there was a fairly significant amount over the budgeted amount. So that seems an easy one. It doesn't cost us anything in terms of increasing taxes that way.
Councilor Wood.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to back you up on the idea that, you know, parking revenue goes to help the PDBA with what they've stepped up to the plate for with the parking lot in McCarter. Thank you.
Okay, no further comment. Anything from the gallery? Okay, thank you.
okay, great. So the item that was in between those two, the accessibility to the beach, looking at doing our request for proposals. But there's obviously the staff capacity question on all of those types of things. So I think this related to discussions that came up as part of the accessibility, the Moby mats and other items that might come up on that. So I think that's something that could be carried forward, but would have to be considered in light of capacity to manage those processes and additions to possible services that might be administered by the city.
Thank you. Councilor Gore.
Thank you, Mayor. So I'm guessing this is to do with the AOA's request to have those beach chairs and possibly the mat or the extension of the ramp. I personally would like the council to consider this for this year. We have been working with as a liaison with AOA. I have been working with other community groups. The intent is to have minimal staff time needed for this. We have $20,000, as was previously mentioned, in the accessibility fund, whatever, but we also have the opportunity to apply to Spark BC. So there is a possibility of some staff time needed to write up that grant. And even that, members of the Parksville Accessibility Committee, the PAC, they have stepped up and they are willing to write up volunteer their time to do this grant. So there's a lot of desire and will in those groups to help. And I think it would be better for us to encourage them. This is a much needed thing, and like was mentioned during the presentation by AOA members, this has been put on hold. This has been deferred for over 5-6 years now. So I would really like council to consider this. It will make a really, really tangible difference to our community. Thank you.
Councilor Grens.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciated the presentation from the AOA. previous meeting. And the keen interest in being proactive on this one. What I would love to see is the staff was able to bring forward a number of what the sort of 5-year cost would be for the playground. I'd love to see that kind of 5-year costing for an initiative such as this, because I do believe it would end up being a service level consideration here that might require additional staff in order to the capital cost is one thing, but the maintenance cost would be an entirely different one that I don't have an understanding of what the scope of that would be. So that would definitely help me make up my mind on this in terms of, because we would have to go in eyes wide open in terms of service level expectations and liability and all the other things that come along with a new piece of infrastructure, especially somewhere as hard to predict as the ocean. So I would love to see what that picture looks like fully.
And to further on that, speaking of capital as compared to operating, we would also have to allow for the fact that we are going to have to hire a consultant to succeed with this goal of providing accessibility to the beach. We don't have the staff capacity to design a system for that, as described by when we had our council meeting, the presentation. It's huge. It's a very large ask. It seems like a simple ask to provide accessibility onto the beach, but it is not. It is very large ask that has to be done properly. Councillor Grenz mentioned the fact of the operational maintenance that has to be on it, because we are on a tidal beach, and which means that twice a day, every day, the tide comes in, the tide goes out. But what it also does, it leaves debris on any accessible surface that is put on that beach. And that's the way it is, because we're on a tidal shore. And so there's a huge amount of, that's a daily operational cost, as well as for operational, we have to include consulting fees to come up with a system that's going to provide safe and proper accessibility. So those are two things that are not grantable, but they are going to be costs. So council has to keep that in mind, that it's not just a matter of providing mats or surface. It's a matter of annual daily maintenance on this. Has to be included in any discussion. Thank you. Councillor Beal, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And, I would certainly like to support improving accessibility to the beach. And I really appreciated the presentation by the AOA at the last meeting. I did hear from that. There was certainly a lot of discussion about the Moby mats and whether they would work or not, and also some of those drop-offs. But there was also mention of some of the specialty beach chairs and how they might be used. So I understand that there's perhaps more than one approach, and maybe one is more immediately doable or actionable and would require a little less, but also picking up on Councillor Gren's comments, absolutely. I think it'd be very helpful to see, for instance, with the chairs, storage, maintenance, all those kinds of things that would go in with that. But again, it just seems that there's more than one step that can be taken towards improving accessibility. So I certainly hope that we can make some movement on this.
Councillor Grant or Councillor Gore.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I was not here. Sorry, I missed what Councillor Grant had to say. But this is definitely, I recognize this is not something that city should be taking on, like looking after the chairs and that's why I've been working with AOA, the Parksville Accessibility Committee, and community partners to have least amount of staff time, either maintaining, storing, or any of the, like even with the chairs. And like Councillor Beal mentioned, there's two parts to this. One is having the equipment, which is the chairs, which do not really need any modifications to the surface of the beach at this time. So this is immediate, ready to go. All we need is perhaps some type of staff involvement with PAC volunteers who are willing to help writing the grant and get those chairs. I am working with other groups to have about the storage and maintenance looked after. And this will not be a responsibility for the staff to be taking on. And we fully recognize that. So the other part of the surface, whether it's mats or extension of the ramp, that I'm okay with being deferred to another time through a consultant study. But I think for this season, where the Tourism Association is very supportive of this, the Beach Fest is supportive of this, and we can work together in collaboration of how we use those couple of chairs for storage, for usage, all that. So I think we have an opportunity here to have some movement on this finally, when other municipalities, small and large, are able to purchase chairs, come up with surfaces. Somehow Parksville is not different from the rest of the other communities, that we find it very challenging that we can't do anything. So I really hope we can actually make some movement on this. Thank you.
What I would suggest is there was approximately $20,000 remaining from the $25,000 that was allocated in 2023 for the accessibility study. And so we would carry that amount forward so that council could have further discussions on that, but we could also start to understand what the pricing might be on some of these things. You can never know what's happening in other communities. Often there's someone puts up a grant for some of these things. And so we need to look at all the alternatives and prioritize those items that were identified both by AOA as well as our accessibility study identified a number of items as well. So we can carry those funds forward and council can prioritize based on that within that amount of money or more if you want to allocate more to that.
So you were indicating that the 20,000 is already held in reserve.
Right, we would
Right.
carry that forward. It was
Exactly,
unspent in 2023.
So the only thing we have to do is that we have to identify the cost to try and get some immediate action, identify the costs associated with purchasing a couple chairs. Do we have any reference point to that through the accessibility committee? 8,000 each or 4,000 each? 8,000. So you're suggesting that from the reserve we could be funded already. Yeah. So I think that is the accessibility committee meeting again soon.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Yeah, meeting on the 29th
Okay. So
of January, not this month, next month.
in January. Would it be possible then to ask that committee to explore that and maybe get a quotation? If I can have a quotation, then you have something in writing that say that what they are. And then if you provide the details of what your community partners could be, that could help those chairs, then it sounds like we can get things going.
Definitely, thank you.
Okay.
I think that staff would also want to take a look at what risks and legal liability we might have around that as well, so that council can understand any incremental costs related to that.
Right. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, staff, it definitely is. And my understanding is that the city will not have any role in providing that service or managing whatnot. It will definitely be at the behest of AOA working as the forefront with other community partners, whether it's the Lions or the Rotary or the Beach Club. We have had meetings with them. So it will be AOA fully responsible for that to that end. I'm really hopeful that we can make some movement and have a couple of those chairs and thank you.
Recognizing that there's always liability issues at the city as well. So that's I believe what our finance manager was speaking to. So that always falls back on the city of Parksville to be prudent in those considerations. Thank you. Any further questions or comments on this? Thank you.
Okay, great. Moving on to the next slide. So the previous slides were about kind of requests that have come forward. This is what we've kind of visited each year as part of our financial plan, is kind of what we've called the line item grants for community groups. So wanted to summarize that for you where it stands going into this year's financial plan. If you recall, last year, there was about 3 that you resolved to provide extra funds for, but only for 2023. And so want to bring these back to you to revisit this in the context of this 5-year financial plan, as well as possibly introduce a new process moving forward after this year, in that for the grants and aid, the amount that is $10,000 per year, each of those community groups of various sizes that applies for grants and aid provide financial statements and a full application and all kinds of reporting out on that. For our line item community groups, we actually don't have any kind of reporting out on that or presenting to council until or except when they're have new things happening that they're coming and asking for additional funds. So what staff would like to propose to council is that starting a year from now, we would have each of those groups that are kind of the line item or more significant grants come and present to council with financial statements so that you have an understanding of what their needs might be, as well as a reporting out of what they did with the prior year's funds, so that there's some accountability to the community and to council for these grants, because as you can see, they do add up quite quickly. I have just one more slide here that I'll just pop to shortly. And what I would suggest to you is the amounts that are here are likely understated, but what we tried to do was capture some of the direct in-kind and staff time, equipment, materials, and other costs that are related to various special events and supporting community groups and events in the community. And so the first column there is events that are happening in Community Park, and that includes Beach Fest. We'll include Canada Day in that, events at the Outdoor Theatre, and then our kind of local government Public Works Day, which many of you participated in last year, and other community and sports events that happen in the community park. And so we have a lot of our operations staff support that in a variety of different ways on a expected or on an emergent basis. As you all know, this year we also had a lot of extra costs related to porta potties, nearly $70,000 in the community park, and extra security as well as a result of a variety of factors, including some of the challenges with our unhoused population. With respect to Canada Day, there was quite a significant amount of RCMP overtime, and we've got just an estimate of that being about $15,000 this year. And so what we're trying to do is summarize so that you have an understanding of not only is there the dollar amount that's the line item in the financial plan that we give a grant to various organizations, but there's often very significant costs that's provided in kind by the city. And so to have an understanding of how much of the financial plan is being committed to support these various special events and community groups. The second column is the city hosted events, and those are things like our Christmas lighting, our Christmas events, like the Cookies and Carols that was so successful on Saturday, the Memorial Plaza events that started this year, which again, all take some amount of staff time as well as costs that are in the financial plan as well. This year we had our RCMP 150th birthday celebration. That was a one-off. It won't happen next year, but just to summarize that there are, in addition to those line item amounts, significant costs that are provided in kind. And so you can see that at a low estimate is at least $250,000 is given in direct grants, about $52,500 in 2023, as well as nearly $200,000 just in kind and other costs that the city is providing to support those events that, as Councillor Beal pointed out, is a really big part of our city, but we need to have an understanding of what those costs really are. And it's not just the 52.5, I think, is what I'm trying to show you here with this summary of what are some of the estimated costs. So when we come back to this slide, then, when we're looking at those line item amounts, I just want you to know that this is a percentage of what our actual cost is in supporting these events. And so when you're receiving requests for additional funding, just knowing the context and the magnitude of what the total cost on those might be. So just to summarize then, Beach Fest is $5,000 annually. Last year was a one-time extra $2,500. So this year we're back at $5,000. So $25,000 over the 5 years. Canada Day has been $10,000 annually that has been paid to the chamber in the past. The Brant Festival, as you know, has moved over under Mabry now. And so they've requested an extra amount, but typically it had been $5,000 per year in the past. The Craig Bay Heritage Museum, $5,000 annually. They also received an extra amount last year. And the MAC at $5,000 per year. The grants and aid at $10,000 is double the amount. Council resolved last year to move that from 5,000 to 10,000, and that's in 2 different intakes in the year. And then we have all of our rebates, which I've grouped in with this because they are something that is really at the discretion of council. And those total about 87,500 over 5 years. And I just quickly go to this slide, which shows what the usage of those rebates has been over the last 5 years. And what you can see is that although we have had historically $5,000 per year for each of them, last year we dropped the security camera rebate down to $2,500. You can see that they're not being used anywhere near to that magnitude. So I would suggest to you, you could contemplate lowering those rebates if you wanted to something closer to what their average being used is. Unless there's some other kind of rebate you want to replace it with, but I think those are used to some extent, and just showing you the average and our year-to-date usage on those. So back then to this slide is really to ask for council's feedback. If you, would you like for us to develop a process similar to what I discussed in terms of going forward and having some more reporting out on that, as well as just checking in on those amounts as kind of our line item community groups that are in the financial plan, as well as the request from the Mabry group for the additional amount of 2,500 related to the Brant Festival.
Thanks, Jenna. And just seeing the line items, and I appreciate the fact that the line items are there for a reason so that we don't have to, they don't have to keep on reapplying. I do very much appreciate the fact that though annually they have to report on their applications or the line items, their amounts that they're getting. Very similar to what the grants and aid people have to do, and not only for the ask, also for the spend as well.
Mm-hmm.
We should have that, absolutely, and it's a great suggestion, and I really appreciate the accountability that allows us to maintain. I also see a similar theme anyways to the 5,000 annually, exception being Canada Day, because it's a totally different ask. The $5,000, I think it's reasonable to say if your line item, you're going to be capped at $5,000 and just put it at that and capped at 5,000. Don't come back and ask for another 2,500 or don't ask for another 1,500. If that's the case, you would have to apply in a different way. Don't come in under the premise of your line item, because you're not. So they would have to apply further, to the grant and aid process if they wanted more money, and would be subject to their forms actually including the fact that they are already getting 5,000. So I like the fact I would like to cap that right now, because it seems that even though we've established a line item on it, it seems to be kind of taken for granted, and then now coming back and even asking for more. And I feel that that's unfair to the taxpayer. Yes, so those 2 suggestions I fully support. Great, thank you. Okay, Councilor Gore.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to mention a couple of things with the grants in aid. I know as council, we doubled the amount, and we had discussion as councilors, and I spoke with the RDN reps here, and I was made aware of other grants that are available. I do see that our grants are quite heavily utilized. I think our community members really appreciate and benefit from the amount that is being given out. I was even contemplating that since we already contribute to the RDN for those grants that the RDN gives out, should we even have our own? I know that Qualicum Beach does not have a granting aid program. So that's something for council I would like to discuss again if we can, and hopefully you can convince me that we can get rid of this item, or if we want to keep this. I do know that the RDN grants are also being quite utilized more, that people are being turned away and not granted, especially from Parksville. So that's something I would like to discuss. And the second thing is about the rebates. I see the rain barrels and security cameras and trees. And if you can go back to the slide where it talks about the amounts, I definitely see that rain barrels is something we could cut down to 2,000 even. And I know there is an RDN program for the rain barrels. I don't know if that applies to the city of Parksville as well. But that's something to look into, like, are we duplicating it here? Yeah, even the trees, I love trees, but if people are not utilizing that, we could again bring that down to 2,500 as well. Things to discuss for council, I guess. Thank you.
Okay, the only thing I would add, and thank you for those comments, is if, for example, we removed our grants and aid program and relied on the RDN, then the RDN might just up their amount and increase our requisition as well. So it may not end up as a net savings to our residents. So I would just caution you on that idea. Yeah.
Thank you. And if you're going back to that last slide, if you could, Jen, please. I agree with Councilor Gore. I was not in favor of doubling the amount. I would like to go back to our original amount, $5,000. I think doubling it was not needed. That I think that ours was already 100% better than our neighbors. So I would like to see that amount go. I would not like to see it disappear, because there are many small groups that actually get by with that smaller amount. But I would just like to, I don't think we'd have to have the 10,000 annual. I'd go back to the original amount. Pardon me? Oh, yeah, we'll come back later. Yeah, but just my personal opinion at this particular time, but I think we could save some money then. Yes, Councilor Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The Rant Festival, because it's new to us, maybe this year, we have granted 5,000, which is excellent, but this has been there for so many years. It's nothing new, but it's with Mabra running it. Not necessarily this year, but after their first year of running it, maybe look at contributing more. This is what I would like to see if it's possible. System Pen, because it is right here in the center. We're in the center of this, and now it's being taken over from Nature Trust. So that's just an idea down the road. Thank you.
Councilor Beal.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through to our Director of Finance. I'm curious, for how many years has the line item amount been 5,000? It seems to me that it's been approximately $5,000 for the various organizations that have received it. How far back does that go? And if you know.
I would say a minimum of the 5 years I've been here. I would have to look it up for you, which I'm happy to do. I don't know how long that has been in place.
And if I follow up, if I recall correctly, when I was on council previously, that was also the amount that it was. So that would assume that it's been going on 10 years, let's say 9 years, 10 years. So I'm just wondering, I'm not necessarily against the idea of a cap. However, at the same time, considering inflation and the length of time that's been going on, I wouldn't like to see us in a situation where that these groups are likely to fail because we haven't done anything to increase this, if they are in fact activities that bring value to the community. So I just want to consider such things as, inflation and just how long has it been since there has been any sort of an increase to this. I bet even $500 could make a difference for these. Or if we put something in place so that there is some recognition for increased costs for the organizations.
Yes, and I would just comment on that. Conversely, the fact that it's identified that it probably has been 10 years that they've received $5,000. Those organizations, most of them I think have been here in 10 years, have received $50,000 each over 10 years, $50,000, and that's taxpayer funded. So just let you know that that's nothing to sneeze at. Councilor Martin. Oh, go ahead.
Thank you very much. I was at the AGM for the museum on Saturday, and the costs are incredible. They're going up way more than you would imagine. I didn't bring their budget with me, but I would agree with Councillor Beal about even if you added a percentage, just 5,000 for the last 10 years. I know it's our community, but they are community supported in many ways. So I'm just suggesting to look at that too. Inflation, maybe. I don't know.
Councillor Grants.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to council. I agree with a lot of the comments that have been said here. I was going to raise the cost, the CPI or whatever increase as well as a challenge. Generally speaking, I've wrestled quite a bit with this idea of this body taking money from taxpayers and deciding how to allocate it to different good causes. I have some concerns about that idea, just generally because there are also organizations that do that much more effectively and efficiently in our community than we do when we're essentially, people don't have a choice then. If we're donating to organizations with their tax dollars, they're not really, other than voting for us, they can't really do a whole lot about that. So I do have some sort of philosophical concerns around some of that. So just laying that on the table. So I do agree with Councillor Scrooge, Gore, about the grants and aid. Just joking. The grants and aid, I'm with you on that one. That I agree that we shouldn't eliminate entirely, but it may not be necessary to double it as we did last year. And maybe it's time to bring that back down a little bit, as same goes with the rebates, and perhaps for staff to flag once we have completed the urban tree strategy and the tree bylaw. That would be the appropriate time to take, I think, a look at the tree rebate program. Maybe there are other ways to meet the goal of getting more trees in our community differently than the tree rebate program. We had a very successful tree planting event recently that was organized by our amazing staff that had participation from a number of local community groups. And I was really pleased to see how many people came out that day in exchange for some coffee and muffins. Or was it Timbits? I think it might have been Timbits to plant trees in the Parksville wetlands. So maybe there are opportunities to do that sort of thing more, and instead of relying on the tree rebate program. But maybe that's something to flag for like 2 years from now, or 1 or 2 years from now.
Good point.
Okay.
Councillor Wood. You want to talk about trees? Councillor Wood?
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. I just looked up on the RDN website, and yes, the RDN rebates on the water catchment does include the city of Parksville. Not all the rebates with the RDN does include the city of Parksville, but this one does. So that seems like we're duplicating something. I could see that going from 17,500 to just 7,500 annually, probably, and we'd still be able to cover the ones that people do apply for. And I also back up most of the comments that I've heard of taking a good look at our grants and aid, even though we doubled it last year, but we can have a good look at it because anything we save does add up to budget time. Thank you.
Mr. Pastors.
As a taxpayer, you guys decide amongst yourselves that you're going to give Craig Bay Heritage Museum $5,000 annually. Yet, I get a letter from them saying, do I want to contribute to their museum? I get the same thing from the Beach Fest saying, do I want to contribute to helping them out? That means it's my decision whether I'm going to help them or not. Whereas here, you're making that decision for me, and I'm not too sure that I like that. The idea of grants and aid, hey, if somebody else is giving grants and aid, why would you double their income? I don't understand that. Same thing with the trees or the rain barrel. If I'm going to put in a rain barrel and the RDN is going to give me $100, why would you want to give me, why would you give me another $100? So it cost me 200, or I get 200 for something that probably cost me 150. I just made $50. That's crazy. Why are you doing that? Get rid of it. Off.
Thanks, Al. Yes, the lady behind you. Marley, if you could just pass the mic back, thank you. And so those people that are joining us in the gallery, this is committee of the whole. So if you have a question, if I don't see you, just start waving feverishly, I will get to you.
My name is Elizabeth Solomon de Friedberg, and I do live in Parksville, have lived here for 7 years. I don't agree with the gentleman who just spoke. It all depends what the objectives of the city of Parksville are. If you want more trees, or if you want people to save water, whatever it is, I think it's up to council. You will not get individuals who will come and like a referendum, vote on everything. It's not doable, I don't think. I also have quite a bit of experience with nonprofit groups from another place where I used to live. And I just would like to comment on what staff said about a new process. I hope that whatever process is being developed is not going to be onerous for groups. You want financial statements, you want budgets, you want a report on where they spend money and didn't. I mean, some of that is reasonable, especially if you're giving somebody $10,000. But I just think that this should be done cautiously, because a lot of groups that provide a lot of volunteer help in your community, such as the planting at Parksville wetlands, which was not a project of the city of Parksville. It was a requirement because of the damage you did there through some work that was done, because I belong to the Arrowsmith Naturalists. I think that it's just a caution that you shouldn't have very high expectations. They are not like a city of Parksville. And finally, if you've been given $5,000 to the museum or the art gallery, or wherever it is, for the last 10 years, given how much things have increased in price, I don't think it's unreasonable to increase that amount to reflect the cost. We all know how much more we're paying, and that includes things like advertising if you've got the brand festival, or it includes paying for light or rent. Just go talk to a few of these groups and find out how much their costs have increased. So this is just a perspective for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Beal, you had your hand up.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And I was just a little bit curious about the rain barrel and RDN. So I'm interested to learn that they actually do cover that, because I thought that that was the cisterns that they covered for our area and not the rain barrel. So that's news for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Beal. Everybody satisfied on this? Okay, thank you. Carry on, Jenna.
Okay, I think that's all from my perspective. The next thing to look at then is really to hand this over to our CAO to have a discussion around what's already on the work plan, what you might take from today to add to that work plan, and walk through some of the considerations as you try and prioritize and add and subtract from the list. So I'll hand over to the CAO now, and thank you for your input today.
And thank you. I was just going to suggest a 10-minute comfort break. Just anybody that has to stretch your legs, you know what I mean? Thank you. So just 10 minutes, we'll reconvene at 2:40. Thank you. It happened, right?
Oh, you haven't opened it yet? Well, I wanted to wait until it's open. Here he is.
Thank you, everybody. Just to let you know, we'll reconvene the meeting. It's 2:41. Thank you. Presentation is now carries over to Mrs. Holmes, Director, Mrs. Holmes. See you next page. CAO Kaler for her presentation. Thank you, CAO. Now, did you, Councillor Wood?
Thank
had
you,
a
Mayor.
question?
Just one quick thing, and Mary was right. The RDN, Councillor Beal is right. The RDN has a large limitation on what you can buy for your rebates for water catchment, and they have to be 1,000 imperial gallons or 4,546 liters size minimum. So they don't do rain barrels; they do large water cistern catchments. So that is the difference. Just want to correct it.
Thank you for that clarification. Thank you. So now you can get a rain barrel and a water cistern, right? That's great. Thank you. CAO Kaler.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you to council. So this part of the meeting might be somewhat repetitive, I guess, or reinforcing items that we have talked about. And I think it was really interesting just we have a relatively small gathering of people here. And already you can see that there's difference of opinion in what is important. And I think we are very mindful of how difficult it is for council to make these decisions. And so we know that every time an item comes before council and is voted on, that there's an investment in that item. And so with that being said, there will be some recommendations at the end of this that I don't want anyone to take personally. It's not because we don't think your item was important. We're really looking at that value add, or, you know, what your strategic plan says, and, you know, those kind of must-haves versus nice-to-haves. And I think it's a very difficult thing for you as councillors. You obviously hear different opinions all the time. And, you know, just seeing with the small group we have here where that's evident, we certainly don't envy you, and we want to do everything that we can to help support all of the items that are on the work plan. And so one of the ways I think we might be able to do that is by considering multi-year planning, as the Director of Finance mentioned. So I'll just kind of launch into this here. As we talked about at the last meeting, as we've talked about quite a few times, it's really important that we have priorities established from you as a council so that we can effectively manage the workload every year and the budget over 5 years. So one of the ways we can achieve that and still show that this item is important to council is by putting it in a year 1 or 2 years out. So recognizing that you don't want to delete the item, but also recognizing that it's not achievable in a certain time frame, given the other priorities that you have. So we will talk a little bit today about the impact on certain departments. And over the years, I think we see that quite a few of the strategic things that come to council usually land in an operations department focus, just because that's where our parks and our roads and a lot of our front-facing or public-facing services lie. So we'll go through that a little bit today, because I think that's where we need to look at perhaps modifying the expectations for completion of certain projects. Also, operations is one of our areas that has the highest number of public inquiries. We you know, deal with the public most often in that environment. And so there's very high demands on that group on a day-to-day basis. And really in the summertime, the manager has no time to do other council projects. And so we have to be mindful of that as well, I think, when assigning tasks. And then one of the things that we're kind of recommending or hoping council will do is, when you're looking at adding new things to the budget anytime in your term, just taking that moment to think about where it fits in your strategic plan. And ideally, if it fits in more than one of these buckets or boxes, then that's something that I think is probably easier to defend. And then we added some of these things underneath just to show council what kind of tasks, if you recall, during your strategic planning, we kind of looked at, well, what could that look like for city staff? If we have recreation as a priority, then what kinds of things would you be assigning to staff to do? And so that's what the second list of things there is, I guess, examples of projects that could come before you on the work plan. So we had a consultant come and work with the previous council, and that sort of laid the foundation of our tracking of our work tasks. And we only track the council items publicly, like we have day-to-day work plans as well in our departments, but those are kind of the routine things that happen near, all the time. If council made no decisions, we'd still have to, mow the lawn and deal with certain things, getting the water to houses and the other water out of houses. So these are the things that are kind of more that strategic level. And our consultant at the time, who was a CAO for many years himself, and now works with councils on their strategic plans. He actually works quite closely with Brian, who did your strategic plan with you. He said that we could probably achieve about 4 to 6 major projects a year. So we often have a lot more than that on our list, but I just wanted to kind of talk about the important ones that are on the list for 2024, and then give council and the public an idea of what departments are leading those projects, so that again, there's an understanding of the capacity. You can't just say that we have, so much capacity across the organization in a way that's interchangeable. A lot of the items are very expertise specific or departmental specific in terms of, you can't just have the manager of operations do work that the manager of finance does, for example. They're very different competencies. So next year we will be working in earnest, the operations department. And again, when I say operations department, that's really Graham, with a little bit of assistance from the director, that role is currently vacant and being filled by Sean. So the Rath Trevor Pathway is a partnership, and that also brings the requirement for patience, and that everything has to be referred to our partner, and we have to work on things together and be mindful of their timelines. So that's going to be happening this year. So the design planning, the joint RFP for that design, recognizing that we've committed to doing a higher standard for that pathway, given the sensitivity of the areas next to it. We need an expert to help us design what that looks like. And we also need permits from senior levels of government. So there's a lot of prep work that will be happening this year on the Rath Trevor Pathway. We have the fire hall renovation, phase 1, I would say, of that project. So this is the design, consulting with the members at the fire department and with other staff in our engineering, finance, and planning staff, and making sure that renovation fits the needs for the longest term possible. We will, unfortunately, now be doing a DCC and amenity bylaw review, and that's from the provincial legislation that has just been announced. And so that's going to take a lot of time in planning and finance. We also have, of course, the sweeping land use changes that will take a lot of time in planning and admin. And that's because we estimate about at least a dozen of our bylaws will require either complete overhaul or significant amendment. And that's probably just the ones we know about. There was a session today from the province, but of course we were here, so I couldn't attend. So the director of planning was there, and if there's new information from that, we'll certainly be sharing it with you. Still a lot of unknowns around that. And even though they announced provincially that the regulations are out, they're not. So they just announced what they're going to put in the regulations. So not super helpful, but it gives us a sense, I guess, of what that context will look like. So then the next item that we have for 2024 is a slew of special events, both the city hosted ones, and we mentioned a couple of those this year that were very successful. We have some routine ones that we always do, and then some new ones that are based on specific things. I think next year might be the Community Park's 100th birthday or something. Oh, okay. We're late on that one. The community park got a big facelift for its birthday. So that does take a lot of time from ops staff as well, in supporting those events, and from admin in setting them all up and supporting the community hosted events. We have a large project in our ops department as the lead, but with also engineering resources required for comprehensive drinking water planning. And that's a multi-year, very comprehensive, very involved, using experts and lots of public engagement. So that one is starting in 2024, early in the year. And then we have all of the capital plan changes that will need to happen when we get the final results from numerous master plans, and also some of the results from our asset management works that council has been briefed on and that we've been bringing to you over the last year, 18 months. And so that takes up a lot of time in engineering and finance. And then we have our transportation master plan. So the first phase of that was in the fall with the engagement and quite a few community events. And we will have the second phase and then an implementation recommendations plan coming to council. Up to you.
Did you get to number 8 yet?
Yes, I just did.
Okay, so go ahead. Councilor Gordon.
Thank you, Mayor, to our CAO. So you mentioned after your chat with the consultant that you have room for about 4 to 6 major projects.
Yeah.
So can you tell me what major means in terms of staff hours and capital?
Yeah.
And also taking into account item number 3 and 4 on the list, does that change the 4 to 6 major projects space for the staff?
Yeah, great question. If I may, through the mayor. So there isn't a hard and fast definition of major, but one of the criteria that we think about is multi-departmental. So if it's something that requires multiple departments to review and meet with and almost form, like a lot of the time we have almost like little committees where there's, like, for example, with the Nature Trust project, we meet monthly with about 12 staff because there's so many moving parts to that one. So things like statutory rights of way, legal documentation, capital planning, tracking grants and funding and DCC amounts. So we need to make sure that when there's multiple departments that we're all in sync with what's happening and when. So that would be considered a major project if it's something where you need to have ongoing consultation outside of your department. Usually as well, we would consider something that's more like, so normally a council item on average is about 70 hours of time to write a staff report, have someone review it, file it, prepare the motions, put it on the agenda, all of us sitting here debating it for half an hour or whatever it might be, implementation, follow-up and tracking. So that's, I guess, I wouldn't consider necessarily a major project, but on an operational scale, 70 hours is like pretty significant. When you're into the 200-300 hours, those would be major. And so you'll see transportation master plan. I think we estimated 250 hours or something like that. So that would be one thing. And then the other piece is in some ways the costs, but that can sometimes be misleading because sometimes an item can be very low cost direct, like the land use regime, but significant amount of time. So I would say the good kind of guideline that I use is that multiple departmental is a really good trigger of this is a big project. It's not something I can just take time or my director of engineering can take time when they have time and whip something out. So that it needs a lot more planning and like rigor to implement those type of projects. Oh, 3 and 4. So we have estimated, again, not knowing exactly what will happen, but we've estimated that we're going to need at least 1 FTE's worth of time to deal with all of that change, but that would be spread across a couple of departments. Obviously, planning is going to be the hardest hit, but finance and admin would be the next 2. I would say almost like 50% planning and then 25% either those 2 other departments. And some of that stuff will come maybe towards the end of the land use review when we know exactly what we have to do. Then those 2 other departments have to support in implementing those things. And we will also, we think, need some external support because there's economic analysis and financial analysis that we don't have the in-house capacity to do.
Oh, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. So perhaps this is where our advocacy hat we need to all put on. And as we attend AVICC and UBCM next year, through our resolutions, I guess we need to lobby the province and ask for that 1 FTE funding that we desperately need to support these initiatives. So we are not burdening our local taxpayers with these provincial policies. Thank you.
Councillor Wood.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, on to number 3 and 4, which of course are not on our wish list. These are being forced on us from Victoria for targets that we can probably never hit, such as vacancy rate of 3.5% in a place where everyone wants to live. We are already doing more than our part in allowing for development so much so that people, speak to counselors such as myself and say we're allowing too much development, but we're trying to do our part. And I think we're doing more than our part. And so if the province is going to come to us with items 3 and 4, without financial tools to be able to give them what they want, and they've given us targets that I don't think we can hit, and we're already doing more than our part, I don't think it's fair for David Eby and Lisa Helps in Victoria to demand things without coming up to see individual communities, without, they're using their big broad brush across the entire province. And I think they're going to see a lot more pushback than they've already seen, and they've already seen quite a bit, heard quite a bit. To Councillor Gore's point, I think AVICC and UBCM this year are going to be awash with resolutions that push back on Victoria. It's one thing to have an idea and to have principles that you want more housing and you want less Airbnb rentals. It's another thing to use such generalized tools that don't fit each community. Oftentimes we are called the lower level of government, but from my understanding, we collect 10% of the taxes that everyone pays, and the provincial and federal governments, they collect the rest, say 45% each. We run balanced budgets, legislated, but balanced budgets every year, and we face those taxpayers, look them in their eye, and put our hand up, and we get the money to finance what we need. So in my opinion, we are not the lowest level of government. In contrast, I think we're the highest level of government because we run balanced budgets every year and we do more with less. And the more that I hear about what Victoria is asking us, telling us to do, it really ticks me off. And so I'm going to stop ranting now. Thank you.
Well, that just leaves me opportunity to start mine. So just so you all realize is that we have, with the assistance of planning, are preparing a very good rebuttal to the Attorney General and the Minister of Housing, anyways, from the City of Parksville, recognizing the amount of housing that we have already provided of all types, a wide, various amounts of housing that covers all spectrum, including affordable housing. By hitting the City of Parksville with this, as we have now had suggested, it will equal 1 FTE. That 1 FTE is going to equal a tax increase for people that are already having a hard time keeping their accommodation affordable. And what people have to realize that even those that are renting in apartments that are renting, that the landlord has the absolute right to increase the amount of taxes or the amount of rent based on the amount of tax increase they have. So the province on one side is saying you will have to create more affordable housing. At the other hand, they're saying, but to do that, you have to put all these other changes in place into your bylaws and so forth, that they think is going to increase amount of housing. Well, what they're going to do is increase the cost of housing. That's the bottom line. So they're not increasing any affordability. In fact, they're affecting the affordability on making those that are actually in danger of being unhoused, perhaps now being unhoused because they can't afford to pay their tax bills. So that's one aspect of it. But the other aspect is, as you've alluded to, the fact that we're being held to a standard of trading 3.5% vacancy rate. It's an unachievable standard. And it's been hit with a sledgehammer by the province, suggesting that we don't have enough housing initiatives already in place, which we do. The City of Parksville has, and we have prepared with our planning department a huge report advising how many new units we have, how many single family lots we have, how many carriage houses we've approved. It includes it all. It's a huge graph. And my thanks to the planning department and all the other staff that put this report together. We're going back at them, and then I will request, after they receive this, I will request a personal meeting. If we have to go down to Victoria to meet with the Minister of Housing, I'm prepared to do that, because this is unattainable, what they're asking for, and it's unreasonable in a community such as City of Parksville, population under 14,000, to have as much housing that we've already put in place. And in fact, all the housing initiatives that they've announced this last week, the City of Parksville has been doing that for the last 10 years. And so we're way ahead of the game, and we're way ahead of the game in numbers, and we have the numbers to prove it to them. So don't try and hold us to a 3.5% vacancy rate, because we'll never get it, because Parksville's so fantastic. Everybody, as soon as we build the places, people want to move here, or they want to come back because they couldn't afford to move here, or there was no place to live. They're coming back, and they're coming to Parksville. So we can't hit that vacancy rate, but we are certainly providing enough housing initiatives in Parksville, far exceeding our capacity. We're swinging way beyond our way. So there's my rant. I'll stop now. Thank you. Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will wholeheartedly agree with the comments made so far. I just want to add that as you pointed out, Parksville has been doing very progressive housing policy for long before I was at this table. And what I came to this table with in part was that we all take the approach of going back to the province and saying, not only can we not reach your targets that we've already been reaching, but because we have been, please reward us with the things we need in this community. Let's start with doctors. Why do we not have the other infrastructure that we can't provide? We can't vote through to have the health authority do a better job of recruiting doctors to the area. We can't graduate more doctors from this table. So that is one key area that we need to add to this, but whatever is provincial jurisdiction, please come in and reward the communities like ours who have been doing this, rather than creating more complications to us doing what we're already doing. From all I can tell, looking at comparative analysis, we're doing pretty well. So enough of my rant, but I do have a question through to staff is, when we're prioritizing the work plan here, and we have priorities that are put on the list that are, as Councillor Wood pointed out, not really our strategic priorities, but the strategic priorities of the provincial government. Can we prioritize those then according to our own? What are the repercussions to not putting theirs at the top of our list?
Go ahead, CEO.
Thank you. If I may, through you to Councillor Grant. So a couple of things on that. What we're hearing, again, don't know the full scale of all of this until we see regulations or even adopted legislation. But what we're hearing is that if communities do not comply, that the province will step in over top of the cities and basically enact zoning on our behalf. So one of the things that I was, again, I don't know why I'm thinking about work a lot on the weekends, but I was thinking that what if we didn't do it? Like, and they came in and changed our zoning. We're already, like you say, we already allow carriage houses or suites. Only, I think I gave the stat at the last meeting, like less than, I think it was 1.3%, 1.36% of our single family dwellings have taken that opportunity. So clearly the zoning is not the hindrance or the barrier for us. So I think that would be the risk, is that we wouldn't, someone would come along, the province would come along and put a zone over top of our city. Obviously there'd be implications in terms of grant funding. We wouldn't probably get very much from the provincial level if we were not abiding by their rules. But I think we'd have to provide some more advice to council once we see the regulations. I think there's talk about granting extensions, but for right now, I'm only seeing a 90-day extension. And we're hearing that we have to have several, if not all of these bylaws in place by June of next year, which is a very unattainable target. And we'll probably be having a lot of discussions about options as things become a little bit better known. And I'm sure that all of our municipal lawyers across BC will be giving bulletins and briefs to cities on what generally can be done. But I guess one thing I will say from a very well-known municipal lawyer who I've heard many, many times is that we are, I wouldn't say that we're lower government, but we are a delegated level of government. And when a senior authority grants you something through delegation, they can take it back anytime they want. And so I think legally, we are at that mercy of being a delegated authority. And so, yeah, I think there's still a lot of unknowns in terms of, what options we might have. But I think proactively speaking, it does seem to staff here that there isn't really a good understanding of what our specific situation is, or really what some of the things that they're saying we have to do. Like, there's reasons why those things haven't been done. like logistical reasons, right? Around infrastructure and, you know, having just spent the last couple of weekends in the Lower Mainland, sitting in traffic for literally hours on a Saturday, where are they going to put all those people? Like the roads and other infrastructure needs to be there to support the increased density. So yeah, I think it's a challenge, but we still don't know the full impact on us. We're just guessing at this point, and probably guessing low in terms of the time it's going to take. And it's not just this one-off, it's every year. If we have to do an economic analysis on our amenities and our DCCs, and every single year update our housing in between census years, and, you know, doing all these things that we don't have people for or expertise for, really. So there's ongoing things too that we'll have to figure out as we go.
Sorry.
I know we're all busy.
Yeah, somebody came out.
The mind is going crazy, isn't
Yeah,
it?
Councillor Martin, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Sorry.
I respect what you say. This is unbelievable in my mind, and I would be part of a delegation going to Victoria. I would definitely be marching there. If someone will come with me and the mayor, I will go. This is not, I mean, when have we ever had a 3.5% vacancy historically?
Not
Yeah.
since I've worked
No.
here at all. Not
No,
since I've worked
exactly.
probably
This,
anywhere.
you can't have one policy for the whole province, and they better get it figured out, because why would we spend all this time and money to figure something out that is not possible? It's ridiculous. Thank you.
Councillor Beal.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I just think that at this point in time, it brings up a lot of questions. And I do appreciate that we don't have all the information yet. So it certainly gets, you know, everybody, on edge, as it were. But again, any word on how soon one might get more? Well, it sounds like some of it's taking place today, but is there any information as to when specific information will be passed along regarding any of these points that have been brought up?
Yeah, if I may, through the mayor. So we did receive a policy manual last week on the STR, the short-term rental, but it doesn't have anywhere near the level of information that you need to actually enact a bylaw or take forward a recommendation to council. We also got some insight that the regulations that they mention in the statutes will be developed, but until we see them, we can't really do anything with it. So we live by regulations. So, you know, for those that don't deal with this all the time, the statute is very high level and it kind of speaks to objectives, whereas the regulations is the actual roadmap. Like it says things like you must do this, this, and this. Like it's much more prescriptive. And so there's some, I think we've mentioned a little bit, but there's just some very basic operational things. Like we're not allowed to have a public hearing anymore. So right now, our public hearing is a trigger for the closing of public comments. If we don't have a public hearing and we have to do notice, when does the notice period end? Is it at third reading? Is it at adoption? Is it at second reading? Like we don't know. So there's somebody, I think, writing policy who's never been a planner, who doesn't know how to process a zoning amendment application, and who hasn't had that insight into, oh, right, if I don't have this public hearing trigger and the close of the public hearing is the close of the notice and consultation, we need some guidance on those things. And so that's just a very small piece of what we're struggling with. And so we've heard that they say early in the new year that we should have the regulations. And that's the best we've gotten, really. So haven't had a chance to touch base with planning today. There was a session, I think the mayor and myself were invited to it as well. It was like 2 hours, I think, this morning. So it was supposed to be a Q&A session. So we'll see what came out of that.
Any further questions? Councillor Wood.
Thank you, Mayor. Building on what Councillor Gren said, I believe the number in the Oceanside area is something like 14,000 people without a doctor right now. And that's not our jurisdiction, that's a provincial jurisdiction. So not only is Parksville probably doing more than our part, the province is not doing their part for the infrastructure, especially on the healthcare side of things, that they need to do so that we can sustain and maintain the growth that we're seeing up here. And that's not taking into account the Nanaimo Regional General Hospital patient tower that we're desperately asking for, and a catheterization lab. This healthcare infrastructure will help us support the people that we're already bringing to the area, the building that we're already doing. So it's a little bit rich for the province to tell us we're not doing our job when we are doing our job, and we can easily say that they're not doing their job on the healthcare side of things. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wood. And to further comment on that, so just let you know for the members of the public in the gallery and listening outside, that although Councillor Grens has mentioned that looking for doctors and so forth is not in our mandate in any which way, shape or form. But this council and this staff have been working for the last year on trying to get doctors to this. And I can attest to the fact that although it's not under 2, 3 or 4, it's in between, that I know members of council have been advocating to get more doctors in between the meetings we're having with Island Health, meetings with family practice, meetings with different providers in the area, as well as going back to staff, asking locations that are available and so forth, and what the stipulations are. How much can we do as council to get these doctors? So staff are dedicating a huge amount of resources already to give us the information so that we collectively, we feel that all of us have a right to play advocating, and we are all doing it, but it's coming at the cost of staff are doing this on the side of their desks as well. Another provincial initiative that they're supposed to be doing is fallen down to us, but we're trying to help, because much of the comment, as Councillor Grens has mentioned, is like, how can you have so much development when you're not supplying doctors? Well, we are not actually supposed to be supplying doctors. It is not in our mandate. It's not in our lane. But I can assure you that this council is taking this on head on, and we have initiatives in play right now, as I can say, because these people and the staff have identified possibilities on how we can assist in getting doctors. So just let you know, we are actually working, even though it's not listed up there. Thank you.
Next slide.
Enough rant.
Okay, that was a lot more discussion on that side than I expected. Good thing we added the extra time. Okay, so I don't want to spend too much time on this, but this is really just another visual representation of some of the things that are already happening or allocated for 2024 in the various departments. So I'm just going to very quickly kind of list off, obviously in operations, we have the community park projects, and we talked a little bit about that with Graham this morning. There are some things we may want to consider expanding to the final phase of that project. It's probably more effective and efficient to do it now than come back to it years later, especially if it's something like, I think Councillor Beale mentioned, like just extending the pathway that little bit further so that you get a lot more value out of a crosswalk, for example. It makes more sense to invest that time and energy now than to down tools and then come back to it in a few years' time. So that will be an operations task, I'm assuming, if council allocates that money. And then there are a few things that we can't easily stop doing. They're multi-year plans. They've already got budget associated with them. And the wetlands management plan is one of those items. We're kind of in the middle of a 3-year plan on that. We have climate action grant money that's being allocated to it. And we've just had some consultation, and next year we're looking at coming back to council with the sort of scope of implementation. So it doesn't really make sense to defer that one, I don't think. The Rath-Trevor pathway has been a priority for many years, and we're hitting the ground running with that one. And then the drinking water master plan is being led by another individual in operations. So that is, something that isn't necessarily necessarily parks, but still ops under the one director. Then in engineering, we have, as we've mentioned, we do have some really big challenges in recruiting in engineering. We've had 3 techs positions vacant for many years at this point. So if anybody listening knows an engineering tech, we are hiring a 1, 2, or 3 level. We'd gladly accept resumes. It's an ongoing open recruitment. So Parksville is a great place to live. We got lots of housing. Come stay here. Bring your own doctor though. So yes, joking aside, that does really impact our ability to deliver projects with 3 people being vacant all the time, or 3 positions vacant. But engineering provides support. So some of our departments are kind of like interior customer service. So engineering provides support to many projects in other departments. So they will be supporting the fire hall renovation and some key points or places in that project. They also will be reviewing the water water, sewer, storm, and roads master plans. We've had the pavement condition assessment come back to council, and so they need to operationalize those and come back to you with recommendations over the next several years of what needs upgrading and when. And then, of course, refining the capital plan. As council remembers, probably, we have a $4 million envelope fund now for capital every year. That was based on historic ability to deliver. And those, basically, we just last year finished Moss Avenue, and those are like the one kind of big replacement infrastructure projects we do every year. And our asset management function will be feeding into that and determining the priorities there. And also engineering is working to support some temporary parking at the fire hall that came to council recently and will be implemented in 2024. Planning and building, we've talked about a little bit, and I don't want to belabor that point, but they have a lot of work before them, including there's also just been a new building code announced. So that happens kind of every so many years, but does require obviously training and understanding of what the new code is, and then working with the development community and builders to make sure they understand what the needs are there. In finance, we have the new amenity and DCC bylaw analysis. We have asset management ongoing, quite a few projects there. And then again, finance is kind of an interior service, customer service. They provide a lot of support tracking grants, reporting out on expenditures for grants, and then supporting capital projects. So we mentioned earlier today, there was change orders. When we have big projects, there's always a finance person or finance resource assigned to track that. So the more projects we have in the organization across the board, then the more work finance needs to do to make sure that the bills are getting paid, the proper paperwork, bidding processes, all of that. In admin, we also kind of respond to the needs of other departments. And so lots of contracts and RFPs means admin needs to process those, make sure they meet the standards. The corporate officer has to sign everything, and all of those items typically come before council. So there's a council procedure element to that. We mentioned that we need to amend probably a dozen of our bylaws. With that, we also usually need to amend policies that are associated with those topic areas. And we also will need to amend our procedures because, for example, we can no longer require public hearings for certain things. So our procedure bylaw won't match the new legislation. With all of our complexity, we are seeing that the burden for admin to provide legal advice is growing. And so that's a time-consuming thing in some regards, because they also then have to kind of translate that legal advice to the other departments and track it and make sure that it's consistent with other advice we may have gotten over time, and then keep abreast of all the new things. There's several different ways we make sure that we do that and know what case law is coming out. Fire, we already kind of mentioned, they've got a massive big project. They, of course, are extremely busy. Over 20% increase in call volume, which we are seeing across the city, but fire is one of the areas that's quite hard hit on that front. Okay, so this is just a bit of a highlight to help council kind of understand that we can probably do about 1 or 2 projects per year in operations. And that's being mindful that we really have one person. So we have a manager of parks that can dedicate portions of their time to like one-off or council projects. The rest of the time, that person is managing the biggest group of people in our organization. So like very many staff, and any of us who've had staff before know that that can be very time consuming. It's a huge priority. Obviously, you want to make sure that everybody is safe, is working, efficiently and effectively. And so people management in itself is more than 100% FTE, I would say. But the reality for us is all of our managers are also working managers. And so they don't get the luxury of just managing the people. They have to also do some work outside of that role. So we have a couple that are on the existing work plan. So I've put the numbers there for council because you guys had the list from before. And I just want to also give you the caveat that list is updated all the time. So I'll get you a new one in 2024 when we've completed some of the projects that were kind of 90% or 80% on your list from the last meeting. Oh, are they? So 28 is not the lacrosse box? Oh, okay. Well, I'll have to update the numbers. That might be because some things were completed since last meeting, but if the numbers are incorrect, I apologize for that. Don't worry about the numbers then, but the lacrosse box, the SEPTED implementation for the community park and memorial, the wetlands management plan, Pioneer Park upgrade and the MPAP engagement and Phil St. Luke statute, those are all really operations led. And so on the other side, we have items that council's considering, the PDBA project for lighting, that partnership, the hydrant metering, the Beach Fest project to relocate. And this is kind of in, some of these are maybe multi-year plans, the beach accessibility and snow clearing. So what I would say to council is when you're making your final recommendations either to your budget meetings or when you're in your council meetings considering the budget, really we can do one or two of these next year. And the wetlands management planning is probably one that we can't not do. So I just kind of put that in your mind. Moving to the next one, again, a similar type of thing in admin. We are obviously impacted by the projects in other departments in admin, but also there are existing work plan items that are on their list. So accessibility committee support, the standing committee for Phil St. Luke, the mail-in ballot system, and the PDBA BIA renewal. And so again, we can probably do one or two of these items. On the other side, you see some of the things that council would be considering adding. They're listed right there. We talked about them earlier today. And I would suggest that the PDBA BIA renewal is the priority that staff identify that we could achieve. And the other items, I think there has to be some decisions on the priority of those. We could defer the mail-in ballot system to 2025, assuming we don't have a referendum, touch wood, that we don't have any referendums, because obviously the election is in 2026. The benefit of doing it sooner is that you just kind of get the word out a little bit more, but I think there's low risk in deferring that one. So just going to move to the next. So one of the things that I'm recommending is that all new priority items be deferred, at least to 2025. And that would allow you still to retain it in your 5-year financial plan. We would recommend the amount or estimate being put in the year so that you're still aware of what it does for your overall budget. And I'm also recommending that we defer the OCP review to 2027, which I know sounds like a long time away, but realistically, we now have a whole bunch of new prerequisites that we must do before considering a new OCP. And I don't think there's any way that we can do those things properly before 2026. And so in 2026, we would be prepping to do the OCP review in 2027. So we'd be gathering information, doing the RFP, scoping out exactly what that OCP review looks like, and then it would start in 2027. So we have to do a housing plan, we have to do the amenities and the DCC analysis and reviews. So I just don't think we can do the OCP until that time. I've talked to a couple of other CAOs in our neighboring area and in other areas, and they have deferred every single project until 2027. Not sure how they manage that, but I should ask them. But like every significant project is being deferred. So I think it's reasonable for us to take 2024 and 25 to figure out this new world order that we're going to have to work in and do some of those prerequisite tasks to feed into the OCP. And then I'm recommending that council consider deleting some items where it's really not clear how it supports your strategic priority. It's not a safety related item or a liability or risk management item. And so this is where I get my not popular council members don't like me anymore. So my recommendation is, again, I know that these are projects that have been put forward with consideration and thought. But just looking at our ability to deliver, I'm going to recommend that council consider deferring the accessibility to the ocean. And the reason why I'm recommending that is because we have a lot of other accessibility upgrades underway in the community park. There has been a lot of movement on that particular topic over the years. And I think as has been discussed by council today, I don't think we can do it justice if we're rushing or not doing it, with the due consideration. So one kind of hybrid option or compromise option might be to do an RFP for a contractor to deliver some of the service this year. So similar to how we actually rent out, people bring stand-up paddle boards and kayaks. If there were an operator that had access to those other types of mobility equipment, we could use that $20,000 that's already in the budget and do an RFP for this year, and then defer the bigger, longer term solution to next year. And then we could also apply for the Spark grant, that could maybe be used for an ongoing contractor, or we could look at consulting, getting a consultant to do a proper sort of long-term solution that could be phased in over time. As I already mentioned, the mail-in ballot, the lacrosse box upgrade, I'm recommending that we actually have a low, what we call a cost C or level C cost estimate, which isn't super accurate, but gives you a bit of a ballpark figure or lacrosse box figure. So that would come to council kind of in the middle of 2024. And then we would put it in the budget and not do any of the work until 2025. Once Graham's had the chance to finish all the work he's already doing. We're obviously not going to want to be doing construction in the summertime anyway, ever again, if possible. But certainly not next year. We definitely need a break. So I'm recommending deferring that one. And then also, and again, we've talked a little bit about the Pioneer Playground today, but my reason for recommending deferring this one is that we do have the phase 1 of the Rath River Pathway happening in 2024-25. And then we would be looking at the Shelley Road sort of phase 2 of that in 25. And that's where I think it makes sense to line up the connection with that area and that park, and then look at, you know, what the synergies would be in terms of developing the playground at that time. We might even be able to get some benefit of using the same contractors, which would make the costs a little bit less, and kind of seamlessly go together as a kind of a unified plan for that year. And then the other things, again, I'm recommending deferring to 2025 is the year-round lighting plan with the PDBA, partly because we're doing the BIA renewal in 2024. And so I think that's a significant project in some ways for staff to work with the PDBA on. And we're also doing all the community park projects, which are in the BIA and benefit the BIA as well. So being mindful of kind of spreading our capacity around all areas. And then the snow clearing, again, I'm recommending deferring that to 2025. And what we are hoping to have in 2025 is a corporate service level review on a number of items. So not just snow, but other things. So council could consider those in a wider context of, you know, when do we provide garbage cans? When do we mow the grass? When do we provide new playgrounds or new playground equipment? And when do we put plantings in? And, you know, all of those things together. And also some discussion about boulevard maintenance, because we have a few areas that historically were maintained by the city staff and they really shouldn't be. So we kind of we've had a plan a few times to look at that and just haven't been able to get to it because of the day-to-day demands. Okay. Yeah. Is that okay?
Thank you. Through the mayor to our CAO. I know that we're not voting on these things, but you know, I can absolutely support all of these recommendations. And I'd just like to make a comment as well about the lacrosse box upgrade. I recall very distinctly when that was being discussed here, and there were all these, you know, all that really good information about getting it to regulation size. And there was also at that time some discussion about the basketball hoops that were there. And I realize that right now there are 4, and there was some thought that they're not really used very much. And I will add that the three, I kid you not, in the following couple of weeks, every time I went by there were people shooting hoops. So, so hopefully, even if they're not set up opposite, and I know there'll be time to talk about this, but it was just rather humorous that in fact, they were being used quite regularly in the times that I went by the following weeks.
Yes.
So just for clarity, you don't want a resolution right now?
So if I may, through the mayor, I think I've got another slide, and then I've got, which is my delete slide. So you guys are going to be very mad at me on this.
Why don't we do a resolution for the defer slide? Or do you want to get to delete slide first?
You can. So at the end of this, I think I've got a couple more slides to the end, and then that's where I'm going to talk about next steps, which you can either do today or you can do at a later time. Okay. So, and we're all good on my defer. This is kind of easy because you don't have to take them off, but we just can't do them that year. Okay, this is my delete slide. And I know that you're probably not super thrilled, but so the reason why I'm recommending that we don't go through with the designation of Despard as an ecological site right now is that it's, in my opinion, not a critical item to just have the paperwork around this. We own the land. There's enough time, I think, till the end of your term, like this could be brought back again, but just designating it as the ecological site. Initially, it was supposed to be a Section 219 covenant with the province. And the province no longer does that. So the scope of it has changed from what the previous council, or maybe it was this council actually, from what the resolution was. We were working with what they call the OECMs, which is basically like special areas federally. But it's just, from my mind, it is a nice to have, and I don't think it changes the status of the land. I think we could do something easier in planning, perhaps just designating as like an ecological zone. But again, the council controls what happens on that land. So I don't see that the paperwork necessarily changes anything. And it is quite a bit of time and effort, and it's operations, Graham, doing that work. So I don't really, if I had to pick, I would suggest that one is one that could be deleted. Also, it's related to the MPAP presentation we just had, which is municipal protected areas. I think we have some evidence that we're on target with that, with the 30 by 30. And again, it's not something that I think should be done in operations over some of the other projects that you have. And so I guess the caveat is like, it's not that these things aren't important. It's just that we have one resource that we can dedicate to them. You have other things that you've got slated. I would say that that's something that, to me, should go down the list.
Councilor Gordon.
Thank you. And just speaking to the MPAP program, I think I sent via email that we think we are on target. We do not know what counts as protected or not protected. We assume that they may be protected. And this is what the MPAP program will tell us. And I think it's critical. That was the motion was made. And going back to the need for the staff hours, I spoke with the MPAP team after our previous meeting, and they are working with Comox Valley Regional District. And for the last 2 months, they've been working. They said they used about 6 hours of staff time. So they do not anticipate anything more than 12 to 15 hours of staff time for the entire project. I think since we are committed to be part of that 30 by 30, which is larger than Parksville, I think it's critical that we at least keep the MPAP program participation as was passed by the council. I do not anticipate a lot of staff time involved in this. Thank you.
So I disagree with that assumption, only for the fact that this is a staff recommendation that actually knows what time of staff allocation is going to be done. So I agree that it should be deleted. Thank you.
Does this relate to the 2021 council resolution?
The designate the Despard site? Yes.
I don't believe that this came to before this council.
Yeah, that sounds correct. So it came out of when that area was being looked at for a pool, and turned out it wasn't suitable for that, but there's actually like an ecological blue listed flora and fauna ecosystem there. And so the council of the day decided that they should work with the ministry to designate it. So in the old days, the ministry used to enter into what we call Section 219 Land Act covenants. So there was a partnership. So there was a lien on title that says both the Ministry of Environment, for example, and the city of Parksville kind of say it's a no build area or no disturb area. And the province doesn't do those anymore. So it kind of provided an extra level of oversight, I suppose, in that if a future council sometime wanted to put like condos on there, the ministry would be the like sober second thought and say, well, no, we're not going to release the covenant. But they apparently stopped doing that several years ago because it was too expensive for them to monitor and maintain, and they just don't do it. So we were then left with a resolution that wasn't really implementable. So staff came up with a new idea of we would work with this federal special places, I think they call it. I forget what the acronym stands for, but it's basically like other ecological conservation measures or something. I think that's what the OECM is. So they're not a federal park, they're not a provincial park, but they're a protected area. And so we've been trying to do that off the side. Well, not me, a staff person has been trying to do that off the side of their desk. And again, even I think maybe just to remind council, like we're 3 FTEs over capacity right now. Like we need 3 more people to just do what we already have in the time frame that we would be looking at. So 6, 10, 12, 15 hours here and there is a significant extra impact when it's one person that we're thinking about. So that's like 3 days worth of time. where do you find those 3 days? Do you spend the 3 days on this instead of doing the RFP for the accessibility? It's just one of those things where there's tough decisions that have to be made. And so when I look at the strategic objectives, how far along we are in a project, what other projects are on that one individual's plate, and what the sort of additional benefit of having like a designated thing and working with another group, that's where I recommended removing this one for now, because I just feel like that's one that is lower priority than the others, but it's absolutely up to council. All of the items on here have a council resolution. You all agree, a majority of council agreed to all of them. And it's not saying that they're not all important, but we can't do all of them.
So is a follow-up question then, if I may, through the mayor, is there any benefit to the city on this item in terms of funding or anything else from other levels of government? Or is it essentially the same whether it's officially made something or not?
Yeah.
I'm getting it's more the second of those options.
Yeah, if I may, through the mayor, I'm not aware of any like concrete outcomes of that. It's there may be times where you get a grant on it or something, but I'm not aware of that. Like normally we see things like partnering with First Nations, asset management, accessibility considerations, like those things we certainly can try to get grants for, usually green building, like those kinds of things. But I'm not aware of anything specifically to having that designation that I know of.
Okay, in that case, if we're speaking to this one in particular at all, I would take staff advice on this one personally, because maybe it's even something to hold in our back pocket for future opportunity to designate it as something where there would be some additional benefit, when for right now, it seems to be basically the same whether we do it officially or not.
Yeah, if I may, just through the mayor, one of the things that could happen in the future is if and when the OCP is being reviewed, it would make sense to look at all of the ecological areas in the city of Parksville, and maybe look at it more citywide and come up with a designation, or see what the consultation of it, what the community is looking for. Because when I look at these, we were considering maybe Shelley Creek being part of that, or maybe other parts of the city that are important, but that wasn't the direction from council. It was really focused on that site. So I think there's an ability to bring it back in a different capacity in a couple of years, but for now, that's my recommendation, is to delete this one.
Yeah, and thank you for that, CO. The fact that these are recommendations to delete are being recommended to delete because they're over capacity. And the only way that we can not delete these is to increase capacity of staff, which is to increase capacity of staff is going to increase the tax requisition this year. That's the bottom line, folks. And the other thing that it does is not just increase capacity of staff. If we were to say, oh, this is a really special project and we have to put this through, it's at the endangerment of burning out the staff that we have. And we're going to have even greater vacancies in our departments because the staff are already working over capacity of what they're doing without adding more staff. So by saying this is that let's avoid the need to add another staff member, but also increase the desire of working for the city of Parksville, because you have a reasonable workload that is put on in front of you for the year. If it's past capacity, if the staff are telling us it's past capacity, it's past capacity. I would like to just do all the staff recommendations and delete the whole list, because I'm convinced that it is. I don't know how many more times we need it said to us. Sometimes we have to make tough decisions and we have to say no. We can't. We're doing this with the RDN right now. We're making tough decisions. There's so many services that the city of Parksville provides, but these are tough decisions based on the fact is that we know that our electorate is very conscious of any increases in taxes. And we have to be that as well. So if that means it's going to be less services or less things that we need, less opportunities, we might have to delete it now. And if things change in the future, maybe as a tax base increases, that we can actually afford to do it, then maybe that's when we could reintroduce it. But at this particular time, I believe we're at a critical point with staff and with overruns on budget. We can't do it, folks. I don't think it will be supported, and I don't think it's fair to the people in our population. I think the people in our population are more conscious about projects that are affordable. And this would be nice if we had extra. We don't have extra. So we listen to what you're being told. That's all I'm saying. I would defer all the, there's a couple of things we have to, like on number 2 coming up. I'd like to, change that a little bit, like what's going to happen with the Phil St. Luke funds that have been raised. That should be part of it. Yes, okay, I created the standing committee and I could bring that to a conclusion, and I'm prepared to do that. But it's just, I have a question for staff regarding it. Thank you.
Thank you. If you can go back one slide, please. Oh, before we do that, sorry, I want to mention about number 40, which is the MPAP program. And the reason I would like to see this is, again, because there's a deadline of November of next year where it can be done. If we delete it, then we will not be participating in that 30 by 30, or which we had all agreed, even at the UBCM, AVICC, all those levels. So that's why I see that this is critical. Going back one slide, please, where you talk about the master plans, actually.
This way?
No, one more back, I guess.
Oh.
If I can just comment on the MPAP, is there a resolution from this council that we?
Yes.
They came as a delegation, and council passed a motion to have them work with staff to see if there was like overlap or something with some of the other projects we were doing.
It was so vague. Anyhow.
Which way did you?
Anyways.
In here?
So I see that in the operations, we have the drinking water master plan. And in the engineering, we have the water sewer master plans.
Yeah.
So there are 2 water master plans. There's a drinking water.
The drinking water is different than pipes, water
Okay.
pipes. So good question. Sorry if I may, through the mayor, jumped over that. So the drinking water master plan is really being run by our engineer in the ops department, so by Heidi. And it will in some ways look at, the transportation or the transmission systems, but the water, sewer and storm master plans are on the condition of our existing pipes. So the water infrastructure in underground, like how big are the pipes? How long are they going to last? What are they made of? That kind of thing. So they're 2 different master
Perfect.
plans.
Thank you. So how much of this information that we are doing, and we are doing a water study, $750,000 and a lot of staff time. How much of that information will there be an overlap of this, or I would say duplication and unnecessary staff time being spent on that study? When we know there's a drinking water watershed protection from the RDN, they're already doing that. In my opinion, if you really care about staff time and taxpayers' money, that's the item we should remove, is that water study that will make real impact on the staff availability for some other projects that are very crucial.
I didn't hear a question for me there.
No,
Is that?
I just heard a comment. I just shake my head, quite frankly. Councillor Martin?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, thank you. The $750,000 we passed, that is not being done by staff, right? That's being done by a professional company.
Yes, if I may, that's
Consultant.
relying, sorry, through the mayor, that's relying very heavily on experts. But there
Yes.
will be a staff component in terms of managing the project, managing the RFP, and then the engagement and reporting out to council, of course. So
Okay.
there is significant amount of staff time in ops and supported by communications.
Right.
Okay.
Thanks.
Okay,
Okay.
item 2.
Do you want to delete as we go, or do you want to ask for?
Well, I'll just sort of flash forward. This is kind of, I have 2 more slides that are like
Okay.
the next
Yeah,
step.
okay.
So the item, if I may just kind of go through to the next one. So again, recommending, we did discuss with council that if there were sufficient funds raised for a publicly funded statue, we would entertain that. But my understanding is that requires about $100,000 minimum, and we are not at that target. We did host a very successful celebration in the summer of last year. And I think, again, looking at the things that are on the staff's plate already, if I had to pick one to recommend deleting, that was going to be that one, because I feel like it just, the rationale is there. We already had the event. There was a lot of great recognition for Phil. And I just don't think we're at the point where we have any money. So spending staff time, this time I think was to investigate locations, but that's actually kind of an involved process. And so again, looking at the vacancies we have in engineering, I'm recommending deleting this one. And there's actually two projects. There's the committee and the statue logistics, I guess.
Yes, and CEO, I agree 100%. It's just a question of the fact that there has been a fundraising campaign. And so I would suggest that before we wind down the committee, that they come up with a use, like changing it and maybe reducing the recognition from a statue to a bench or a memorial or of some sort. I think would be fair to put to the committee and say, you have X amount of dollars in this amount. Can you come up with a proposal anyway, so we can wind down those funds legitimately?
Yeah.
So I would definitely approve deleting this this option here, but only with the stipulation that the funds are dealt
Properly
with
distributed.
accordingly.
Yeah, for sure. We could,
Okay.
we could definitely work with
okay.
some ideas on that.
Councillor Beal.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I will comment on that as well as someone who's been appointed to that standing committee. From the get-go, the committee had the members of the public in this had stated that depending on the amount of funds that were raised, that if it was seen that it was not attainable, I believe it was about 80,000 needed, but regardless, that there would be, those funds would then go towards something else. So I do think that it will be at some point necessary to wind it down, but through at least another meeting, and the decision, I recall correctly, and Councillor Grenz might recall, I believe that the next meeting was not slated until sometime in January to touch base and see where things were at. So I hope that's helpful.
Yes, it is good to know. Thank you, Councillor Beal.
So moving along, the next item I think we've talked about already is just deleting the OCP for now until we know where things are going.
Councillor Beal.
Thank you. I appreciate those final comments there until we know where we're going, because at this point there are a number of questions, and perhaps, ever the optimist, that perhaps that it might turn out that some of these requirements are not going to be as onerous as we might believe. And, because I'll be honest, I'm still hoping that we might be able to start on an OCP review during this council's term. So if it ends up being 2026, for instance, but so as long as the understanding is there that should things change, then we might be able to get some sort of a start on this. I wouldn't want to just completely, black it out.
Yeah, if I may, through the mayor, the reason why I'm recommending deleting it at this point is because it is a significant cost in our budget. And so until we know the scope of what it can look like or when we can do it, I'm a little bit hesitant to put, I think it's about $300,000 total. But it doesn't mean that council couldn't bring it back in 2024's budget and add it in 26 or 25 if we know where we're at with things. Just because it is such a big ticket item, I think not knowing when it's going to happen, take it off for now, and then it can always be added back in at the right time.
Follow up. Councillor Beal.
At one point, I had understood that there was, it was going to be mandated to have an OCP review within a fairly short time frame. So how does that jibe with deleting it?
Yeah, so if I may, that's basically when we would add it back in. So when we know exactly when it says that you have to, well, so far that you would have to do a new OCP every 5 years, but it looks like it's only the housing part of that OCP has to be updated every 5 years. And so what we've talked about, I think we mentioned a little bit at the previous meeting, is staff in planning and myself, we've talked about maybe we have a housing plan and a community plan or a sustainability plan or a green growing community, whatever we want to call it. So that we would have multiple, like Blaine was actually coming up with some ideas of maybe we have 5 maps in our housing plan so that we don't have to update it all the time. We can just pass a resolution that, yeah, we're now in phase like years 5 to 10, and then we're in years 10 to 15, so that we try to look at our capacity and our costs. But until we know exactly what that can look like, I think we just take it off for now. And if they say we have to do it in 2025, then we'll have to do it in 2025. I think one of the other pieces is that if they do mandate that we have to do it by a certain time, we may be able to get funding. They have committed or said that there's going to be $51 million in capacity funding, but for across all of our cities, that's not very much. So we'll know more in the next few months on that item, I think.
Councillor Gordon.
Thank you, Mayor. Just want to switch to number 6 about the Despard. Can you speak to what's the possibility of that site ever being developed if we don't designate it as ecologically sensitive?
I would say it's pretty much zero. I think the provincial designated, whatever it was, I can't remember exactly, it was some kind of blue listed species, like ecosystem, that would preclude development from a large part of it. I believe it's very wet. So there's, logistical considerations there, and it's owned by the city of Parksville. So council is the decision maker on it. A future council could make decisions, I think, but they're again going to be very constrained by the physical characteristics on that site. And when we're looking at changing our zoning bylaw or doing the OCP process, the council of the day could do a couple of things. You could designate it as park. You could put it in an ecological zone. Like, I think there's other options, and those are probably options that should be considered for more than just that parcel, or I think it's 3 parcels of land. So doing it more holistically, I think with the review would probably be helpful.
Thank you. Councillor
That was like synced. I don't know how you pick between those two. They both went at the same time.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Also, I will add, as someone who was on the council of the day when that land was purchased, it was certainly purchased with the understanding, with the promise that
That's
that would not
those
be.
different lands. It's adjacent to the lands that were purchased.
Oh,
they're actually
okay, we're
fee
talking
simple.
about a different
Yeah.
parcel of land. Thank you.
Yeah, I think it's, if I may, it's 3 separate land parcels that were actually purchased for water infrastructure, but right beside the land that was purchased.
Right. Yep.
Councillor Wood, how does it end up?
Oh, sorry, Councillor Wood.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a question to Councillor Gore. You're not proposing that we develop the wetlands, are you?
No.
Okay, just wanted to confirm that for the record. Thank you.
And then the next items, if I can keep going. So number 47, or maybe it's not number 47 on your list, that was to develop criteria on expediting affordable housing. And I think we already have a process in place that sufficiently achieves that objective. Yes, we could write a better policy and we could put everything together in one place, but I still don't see that that's critically going to change how we process those things. And I think speaking to our successes, this is kind of one of those, if it's not broken, why put it on the list?
Thank you.
Okay, and then the next items I'm recommending not be approved, I guess. And the tree bylaw one, I think we already talked about it. It sounded like council already wanted to push this one out. So I probably don't need to go into this too much more, but in talking with park staff and the director, acting director, it's likely that any kind of recommendation on a new tree bylaw is going to need like an urban forester person. So we'll probably need to hire a person that can manage our urban forest. So that's a ways out. So I think I've heard from council today that there was some appetite just waiting and seeing on that one anyway. So I did one that you guys agree with and I didn't make anybody upset. So I think that one should not get on the work plan. My goal is to make everyone equally upset, or maybe not upset anybody, but and then the hydrant metering one, I think at this point, again, we could look at some other options, but it's one that I don't think we necessarily have to do right away. It's a very small amount of people, but I heard today there is definitely some significant concern from council. So we may be able to maybe look at changing our fee bylaw. So that wouldn't necessarily require the hydrant or something, but if council isn't comfortable deleting that one, I think we can look at it in a modified form. But again, looking at all your other priorities, is this one that you really need on there for 2024?
And speaking to that, yeah, I know, I really love it. If I see it, I'll just look the other way.
Okay.
Say, wasting my water, but, yeah, like a flat rate metering or something like
yeah.
that, without a device.
Yeah,
I'm okay, so I'm
yeah,
okay with.
we can probably come up with a quicker way to.
Councillor Gordon.
Thank you, Mayor. So number 47, I know I brought this motion forward and the council voted in favor of this motion. I was wondering if we should, rather than deleting it, spend some time as council members. Myself, I would like to do more research, what other municipalities are doing for affordable housing. And like you said, in our OCP, we have bits and pieces everywhere. So compiling a whole policy, which is more modern and for the current date, I think there's possibility of us like polishing and refining it even more. So I would, if the council agrees, I would like to keep it in the back and perhaps defer it to maybe even 2026 for us to spend some time and learn from how our community is changing, and if are we doing enough with the current policies in affordable housing rather than just getting rid of it at this time.
If I may, I did just send something to Councillor Beal, who's working on a committee, I think, of elected officials, that kind of linked all of our items that we have all over the place. And so I can certainly share that with council. It's just links to everything in the different places where they live. So I can share that with you.
All that I can say, I don't think we need to expedite affordable housing, quite frankly. I think it's a waste of time because we're already the leader on the Vancouver Island. And I can back that up with statistics. And we also expedite affordable housing because we have incentives in place that makes the affordable housing happen. Our planning department, Mr. Russell, has a very strong policy and ability to expedite any affordable housing that comes our way. And we're already doing it. So to actually say, you are always within your right as a council member to research other methods that other areas are doing, but to suggest that staff should look at other areas and see what they're doing, I think is ludicrous, because the staff are already doing an incredible job, and they have been for the last 10 years, even before we got to this table, believe it or not. So the thing is that this is just, expedited. We're leading the way. How can you make it any better? Our turnaround time expressly is greater than, we know that for a fact, better than anyone on Vancouver Island. So to put a policy in place to expedite it is like a slap in the face to their staff that's already expedited right from the get-go. They recognize the need for affordable housing. So I don't think we need to identify it as another project. Thank you. Councillor Beal.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I'd just like to make a couple of comments, as I was going to mention as well that I have been attending. It's not a committee of elected officials, but a community-based group that has been looking, wanting to advocate for additional non-market housing. And I use that term deliberately because affordable housing can be very misleading for many people, because it is based on generally 30% of the median or average income, which is truly not affordable for many people, certainly not those working in at, let's say, entry-level jobs, even being two people employed, et cetera. It's not necessarily geared to income and so on. I don't have the figures in front of me yet. The group is still refining some of the terms of reference and gathering information. I really appreciated that our CAO was able to send to me, any policies that did relate to, as well as the things, as the mayor mentioned, the density bonus and so on. However, from the information I've received at the meetings, our city is certainly does not have enough non-market housing, does not have enough deeply affordable housing for the population and for the income levels that we have in our community. So although we are there's certainly been a lot of housing starts of various sort, they are not necessarily truly deeply affordable, not non-market. We have had the one that's come on board, but it certainly doesn't address the need. So I don't, as I say, I don't have the actual statistics in front of me right now, but I can bring them to a future meeting or share those with people who would like. So there is a real need in this area, although my question is, if this is deleted and maybe looked at in the future, does that somehow erase or eliminate our request to have non-market housing be a priority when applications come forward, or would that continue to be the case? Thank you.
So if I may, through the mayor, we already have a policy that expedites affordable housing and also waives the fees for development permits and building permits for affordable housing. Staff have always provided extra support and facilitated those projects that have even a portion of affordable housing. And so I think we've not heard from the community groups that we're the problem. In fact, we gave land, council, you gave land for workforce housing more than 3 years ago. And I think the problems come elsewhere in terms of getting funding from other levels of government and getting commitments from them. So I just don't think this, like, as I say, we already have a good process. And so again, looking at the limited time and also all of the changes that are going to happen, ideally the province would come out with a policy on affordable housing and we could all just adopt that instead of having 250 different policies across the whole province. But and then they maybe would commit to funding it, which would be, that sounds political, I shouldn't have said that. Okay, so this is the recommendation. No, we're committee and we're only been here for 2 hours and I'm almost done. So this is my visual reflection of balancing things. And so I think we are recommending that nothing new be added to 2024. There's still things that would need to be pushed out from 2024 to 2025. But I think what we could do is, as we move through 24, we hope we don't have any weird unforeseen events. And if we get to a point where all of the, like say operations has done all of their projects on their list by June, then we'll come back to council and say, hey, we've got all this extra time, like give us work to do. Yeah, but I think that's really kind of our recommendation right now. And then there'd be further refining as we go through, but we sort of try to bring that list to you every 6 months or so. And so if we come back in 6 months and say, you know, we still haven't made any progress on these items, we recommend deferring those to 2025 as well. But I think this is a start to kind of move you forward with the budget discussions, because obviously everything you add to the plan has to have a budget associated with it. And so the next steps are, you could either make motions to defer and delete today if you wish, and you would be recommending as a committee to yourselves as a council. So that would basically be open for discussion again at a council meeting. Or you can wait until a council meeting either on the budget or at a future regular council meeting and put notices of motion on those meetings as well. So there's a lot of options for you. If people are not comfortable making decisions today, they can just wait until any of our future meetings. But how it works with committee is that you make recommendations as a committee. It still has to be a majority of you that agrees. And then that recommendation goes for kind of reconsideration and final debate at the council meeting. That's it.
Thank you. I really believe it's important at this time anyways that we move forward at the first stage. At this we've delayed this workload
Does that help?
meeting for so long, and staff need direction, and this is what they have to do right now. So I would like to make a motion for all of the items on that page there to defer all of those.
Okay.
Yes.
Which one of you seconded first?
1 second. Sure. It doesn't matter.
Rock, paper, scissors.
Yeah, that would be seconded by Councillor Grems.
Okay.
And yes, so, and the reasons, you've already heard my reasons. The reasons are because it's a recommendation from staff, and we've had fulsome discussion on it. So I'll leave it at that. Councillor Grems.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And one more comment through to council on these is, I think for some of these, there may be opportunity in the meantime for us to gather a little bit more information, have some more discussion. with the community on these items and perhaps advocate as well. I think on the mail-in ballot system, for example, is there opportunity maybe for us to advocate a little bit in the meantime to see if there's a provincial legislation that could possibly tackle this? I don't know the nuts and bolts of that, but certainly not our own. We're not the only municipality that might like to see this happen. So that might be an opportunity to give us some political time to do the political side of these items.
Yes, and I agree, because the mail-in ballot system is, was held in Victoria. Yeah, they took care of it. So it's just like, what did that process look like from Victoria? And let's maybe borrow it. Sorry. Yeah, exactly. So if we can borrow that, and the sooner we get started on it, the easier it's going to be on it. So it's just one of those things that we're talking elections, we say, hopefully we don't have a by-election in the meantime, or a referendum or something like that. So I agree totally with Councilman Grants on that. That's a good idea. Yeah. We have a motion on the floor. We have to do the motion on the floor first, and then recognizing that this is just committee of the whole recommendation. So I'll go to the crowd for comments as well, and then that can be addressed at the proper council meeting. Councillor Beal.
I would just like to say that I'm happy to support the motion to recommend deferral of these items, and I really want to appreciate the discussion about these, but more particularly the information and the rationale behind the recommendation to defer.
Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I do likewise. I think that you put a lot of thought into this RCAO, and we can go with your guidance. It's well put together. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Councillor Wood.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to recommend to myself, when we meet again, that we go with these recommendations to defer from staff. Thank you.
Thank you. Call the question. All those in favor? That carries unanimous. Thank you, council and staff. Yes.
This is the next slide, if you wanted to consider that.
Yes, I would move the following, all the recommendations to delete. You get to be seconded, Councillor Wood. Yeah, so once again, it's the same. We've had it, and with the understanding that Councillor Beal has given us clarification on number 741, which was helpful. I believe that it's the prudent thing to do, and thank you, Councillor Wood. Thank you.
I'll mirror those comments as well, and I quite like the idea of an urban forester position. I think that would go over quite well with the community. But I just wanted to comment on that tree bylaw review, no capacity, and we'll recommend waiting. Thank you.
Yeah. Comment, Councillor Beal.
And I will also, I would like to support the recommendation while still crossing fingers and toes that the OCP review might actually come into being sooner. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Beal. And we didn't even touch the library, because I know the library. I know exactly, but I know how much work you do on it. So just to let you know. Yes, thank you. Councillor Gord, did you have a comment on this?
Yeah, Mayor, thank you. And I've mentioned my opposition to deleting a couple of items. And speaking of ludicrous proposals, I was wondering if the water study could be part of the items to be discussed for deleting, or would it be doing a proposal? So we can discuss why this unnecessary study is being done. Thank you.
If I may, so prior to us spending money, council can make reconsidered decisions. So the appropriate time would probably be when staff come forward with the RFP to actually initiate that project. If council is not satisfied with the RFP scope, then they can provide extra direction to staff.
Thank you. Is your hand up, Councillor Grants? Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm supportive of this resolution as well. I just want to touch on a couple of the items, if I may, real quick. OCP review, there's a mandate from the province around this for all municipalities. I expect that as a result, the cost for consultation fees on this is going to go through the roof due to the demand. Meanwhile, we in the city of Parksville, while it is an old OCP, it is actually pretty good OCP. And I think a lot of communities across the province could look to our OCP for recommendations on how to do their housing. So I feel comfortable deferring for those reasons or deleting for later consideration for those reasons. On number 47, I'm also involved in the group that Councillor Beal mentioned, and that does help address some of the concerns that the true barriers to more non-market housing in our community, of which we actually can be proud of the amount of non-market housing we do have in this community. People don't realize how much we actually do have. But I think it's that is a good avenue to address the concerns in number 47 without needing to alter staff priorities, and which in some ways may be a little bit too micromanaging of the staff, which already has good policies in place perhaps on this. Regarding the Phil St. Luke, I want to acknowledge the work done by the standing committee on this project, and a lot of work has gone into this particular project, and I've been pleased to be part of the standing committee along with Councillor Beal and Councillor Frass. And I think there is still opportunity to honor Phil St. Luke in using the funds and the energy of the committee. So hopefully there's other opportunities that won't necessarily, though, require staff resources at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. All those in favor? Carry. All those in favor? Okay. Those opposed? Councillor Gore opposes. Thank you. Okay.
Okay, so thank you for all of that discussion. So next steps, those items.
If I may, at this time, I'm going to
yeah.
break for questions from the audience.
Oh, sure.
Is that okay? Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure. Mr. Pastors.
The mail-in ballot thing. You don't really need that much staff time because you don't have to go to Victoria either. Qualicum Beach had mail-in. Port Alberni had mail-in. You don't have to go far, and it's not going to take somebody more than a half a day, if that. And if need be, I know some people that would volunteer to step in to help, because it's got to happen. I mean, you want people to vote, right? I assume that you do anyway. And because I didn't vote for any of you. I couldn't.
I know you were out of town.
Yeah, I was out of town. And there was no mail-in ballot opportunity. There was an advance poll, but I was away for that too.
Yeah.
So let's be democratic.
Yeah, we wanted to have it in place definitely before the next election process. But yes, I believe what I heard from staff today that it will be in place. It's just whether it's happening at this time. But
yeah, 2025 instead of 24.
Yeah. Just sliding it back to the staff allocation time of 2025. But in the
That's what they said about the last.
No, the last one council voted against it. No, if I may, council voted not to do it last time.
that's right. Remember,
Staff
I remember that
recommended.
meeting. I was there.
For
Yeah,
the record.
yeah, that's right.
See.
Eh? If you wish, I'll take the blame as being part of that council. It was not a good decision, but I'll wear it, but we'll fix it now, won't we? Okay, thanks, Al. Mr. Merman?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. My question is around ERWS. I noticed back in.
Mr. Merman, no, this is not the opportunity.
No,
You-
this
you-
is the
you can-
budget.
You
This
can
is the
speak to
budget.
any items on the agenda in the committee of the whole meeting today. We're not here discussing the ERWS. The ERWS wasn't in any of this.
Okay,
This
so how
is
does the
not,
budget- how
and,
does the
and
budget
it,
reflect that?
it is not up for discussion. I'm sorry, sir.
Okay,
I mean,
fine.
you're here in the forum, in the public process to discuss the items on the agenda. The items on the agenda were exactly as well, you missed the morning session, but you know, they were identified.
So there
ERWS
was no
was not here.
ERWS this morning then?
Sorry?
There was no ERWS this morning?
No, there's not.
Okay, because
No.
I didn't make the meeting.
Yeah, yeah, no, there was no ERWS.
So is there an opportunity to talk about that as far as how it impacts your budget?
No, not here. You know, if you want to attend, I guess, an ERWS meeting, you could, but recognizing as well that you, as I understand it, are you a taxpayer in Parksville?
Yes, I am.
You are?
Well, we draw water from your system as part, so we pay taxes to the city
No,
of
I
Parksville.
actually asked that you're a taxpayer in Parksville. Are
Well,
you a
through our,
resident?
through our house.
Sorry?
Through our house taxes.
San Perel is now part of Parksville? Or-
Well, we pay towards the fire, we have fire down there from the city of Parksville. Fire
no,
protection.
No, where we want input from the public, sir,
Yeah.
is what those that are actually impacted by the taxes that we may not adding or deleting. Those are the public input we need. I don't need somebody from Newfoundland telling us how we should be running our water.
No,
sewer, or
but
anything
we
like-
pay taxes
I-
to the
I'm
city of
just
Parksville
suggesting
for
it.
fire protection.
Sorry?
We pay taxes to the city of Parksville for fire protection. We do.
No, it is through the a reciprocal agreement with the RDN that with the fire department that you pay that. It has nothing to do with the RWS.
No, but I'm saying that you asked me if I pay taxes to the city of Parksville, and I said, yes, I do.
Well, you don't directly, sir.
Well-
You don't. So I agree to disagree. If that's your comment, sir, I'd prefer that you turn the microphone back to
Okay,
Marley.
thank you.
Thanks. So, any other questions from anyone else or council? You were saying, carry on.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So just to finish off, a reminder of the process, we will have several budget meetings coming up in January. There will be also some budget items discussed at regular council meetings, just so that we can meet the timelines. But council is encouraged to think about other areas that we could maybe defer or remove items on the longer list that we talked about at the last meeting on November 27th. And essentially now we'll just be bringing this back before you for confirmation of your resolutions today and any other resolutions that you want to put forward. Oh, and just to mention, sorry, the items that are still on the list that we talked about this morning, to reiterate, staff are going to now do a deeper analysis of those items, look at the funding options, you know, whether it's gas tax or taxpayer funded, and kind of refine those estimates so that we know exactly what those costs would look like over the financial plan. So we just needed a bit of guidance today to focus on the areas that we know that are more higher priorities for you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A couple of questions, I think 3 questions. One, will we have the dates for those budget meetings in January before long? I'm just really looking forward to getting those into my calendar. I have a number of different dates with pencil marks and question marks beside them. So that's one question. Secondly, will this list, our work list, be updated with, you know, like the new numbers and updated with estimates of time, et cetera, again in the near future, so that we can have a look at those? And although I understand that we still haven't, you know, we haven't officially like deferred and deleted because that has to go to council. So whenever that happens, and I've forgotten my third question. It had something to do with money somewhere, but that's all right. Anyway, I'm just looking forward to any updates that we could have as well as dates. Thank you.
Okay,
Yes.
Through the
Yeah.
mayor, so I understand from staff that they're finalizing the dates today. They might actually even be in your calendars, those of you that might have your access to emails. And then, yes, I will update the list based on the discussions today and some of the items that have been completed. So staff change this almost daily when they complete things or move things forward. So I'll get an updated list for the next meeting. And then the dates will go out today, and then did you remember your third question? I was talking.
I think it was just to ask actually if some of this information was going to be available somewhere. I think it's really helpful.
Yes, and then we do usually post the final information up to the Let's Talk Parksville. But we wouldn't normally post the interim updated, but I'll just make sure that you have the new list for the next budget meeting, and the dates will be out today. I think today. Maybe not today, it's already past the end of the day. Imminently, tomorrow, but at the latest.
Thank you. Seeing no further hands up, I just want to say my appreciation from all of council to staff for this presentation and for laying out very clearly what is possible and what is not possible. And I appreciate that, because we appreciate you. And we want you to continue working for the city of Parksville and all the rest of your team that you've developed here. And so thank you so much for your efforts and your dedication and your professionalism. It's much appreciated. And every one of you play a vital role, even those that aren't here. It's every one of our, what are we at now? 98 staff is appreciated by council and the people of the city of Parksville, because you serve us well. And we really appreciate, we have to make tough decisions to make sure that your jobs are achievable. And hopefully we've helped that today. But I really appreciate taking the time to suggest what good recommendations. And I totally respect your position and your professionalism. So thank you so much for that. Council, I'm going to ask for a mover and seconder for adjournment. Councillor Wood. Highest hand ever. Councillor Martin, second highest hand. I love that. Second highest hand. All those in favor? We are adjourned. Thank you so much. And thank you to those in the audience and the gallery and those listening at home. Thank you so much.